Välkommen till internetdagarna dag 2. Plats på scen Måns Jonasson och Ann-Marie Eklund Lövinder.
God morgon kamrater och välkomna hit.
Ja, välkomna till dag 2. Vi gör som så här att jag skulle veta hur många som är här första dagen idag. Kan ni räcka upp handen ni som inte var här igår? Det var ganska många. Ni missade ju tyvärr Snowden, men jag och Ann-Marie är kvar, så det är i alla fall
Det är alltid något.
nästan fullgod ersättning.
Eller hur?
Ja.
Då kan jag berätta för er att stiftelsen arrangerar internetdagarna för 17:e gången och nästa år blir alltså internetdagarna myndigt. Får ni komma tillbaka och dricka öl igen. Men för att illustrera lite grann vad stiftelsen gör förutom att driva domännamnsregistret för .se och .nu så har vi en liten film vi tänkte visa er. Varsågoda.
Det här är Internetstiftelsen i Sverige, IIS. Vi är en oberoende allmännyttig organisation som jobbar för att förbättra internet i Sverige och världen.
Så här går det till. Alla adresser som slutar på .se eller .nu hanteras av oss. Pengarna vi får in från alla er som registrerar domäner bidrar till våra många internetförbättrande projekt.
Du kanske någon gång har mätt din uppkopplingshastighet med bredbandskollen. Det är en av våra tjänster som är gratis att använda tack vare överskottet från domänerna.
Med Sitekollen kan du testa prestandan för din webbplats.
Genom webbstjärnan får tusentals lärare och elever lära sig att använda internet för att publicera skolarbetet.
Vi har gett ut över 30 internetguider om viktiga ämnen och de är helt gratis att läsa på webben.
Varje år publicerar vi Svenskarna och internet, Sveriges viktigaste undersökning om internetanvändning.
Genom Internetfonden stödjer vi varje år ett stort antal externa internetförbättrande projekt med flera miljoner kronor.
Varje höst är det dags för internetdagarna, Sveriges viktigaste mötesplats för alla som jobbar med internet.
Genom identitetsfederationer blir det lättare att logga in utan att komma ihåg en massa lösenord. Vi på IIS är federationsoperatör för skolfederation som vänder sig till Sveriges skolor och samlar för hela den svenska vård- och omsorgssektorn.
Internetmuseum redovisar internets historia ur det svenska perspektivet. Här kan den intresserade besökaren följa utvecklingen från forna tiders kostigar till dagens digitala flerfiliga motorväg.
Du som väljer en .se eller .nu-domän får alltså inte bara en fantastisk adress på nätet utan hjälper också till att förbättra internet i Sverige. Tack!
Precis. Tack till er alla som lägger pengar på domäner. Sånt kan man få tag på här.
Ja, det finns flera
Idag.
ställen där ute man kan köpa sin domän. Eller få den gratis till och med.
Till och med det. Så vad säger du?
Ja, nu kör vi igång.
Vi kör igång.
Ja.
Och då är det ett sant nöje att introducera professorn och chefen för MITs laboratorium för datavetenskap och artificiell intelligens, Daniela Rus, ett välkänt namn inom forskning kring robotar och drönare. Hennes forskningsintressen kretsar framförallt inom områdena robotteknik och mobil datoranvändning samt datavetenskap. Så låt oss lyssna på en av de främsta auktoriteterna inom robotforskningen. Daniela Rus, välkommen. Welcome on stage.
Hello.
Thank you.
God morgon. Jag är så glad att vara här. Last night I met some of my former students who are here in Stockholm, and I asked them to teach me how to say a few words in Swedish. I said, well, how do you say hello? They said, hey. And I said, no, a little bit more formal. And they said, well, just say hey, hey. So, hey, hey. Now, today we cannot live without the internet and the web because they have transformed practically everything. How we live, how we work, how we play. Just sit for a moment and imagine life without the internet and everything that it can enable. So no online commerce, no digital media, no social media, no electronic bank transfers, no email. It is simply inconceivable to imagine life without the internet. And my research laboratory, the Computer Science Research Laboratory at MIT, has contributed significantly to this revolution, starting in the 1960s when our researchers invented the first time-sharing computers, the first computers that enabled multiple people to use the same machine at the same time. It was at CSAIL that Bob Metcalfe established the foundations of the Ethernet when he was a student there. And today, CSAIL is the home laboratory of Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the web, and houses the World Wide Web Foundation Consortium, the non-profit organization that establishes standards for the web. Today, Tim is passionately working on a Magna Carta for the web and worried about the siloing of data in companies. Now, when the internet was, when the web was created, I was a student, and there has been extraordinary development since that point. There was truly a revolution. Today, this transformation continues, and a big part of it has to do with connecting the web and computation to the physical world. So, for instance, through mobile computers, like the one that you see here, through drones, that you can imagine as mobile computers or flying cameras, we can peek into sites that we have never imagined before. We can Google for physical information. This is an example of using our drone to do a biological study, to do a whale census in Argentina. This robot enabled us to get so close to whales that we could actually identify them, and to do so without bothering them, because the robot was like kind of mosquito humming and buzzing above the whales. So this kind of connection between the internet and the physical world is giving us tremendous view into our world, tremendous opportunities to learn about our world. So what exactly are robots? Well, I think it's important that we all get on the same page and define robots as programmable mechanical devices that can take input from the world through their sensors and affect something, make a change in the world through their actuators. And robots can come in many forms. Robots could be humanoid-like. Robots can be shaped like the drone you saw in the previous movie, or robots can be of many different shapes, and you will see some examples in my talk today. By connecting robots to the internet, we can extend their abilities, their powers. So robots will have increasingly more memory with the internet connection. The memory would be practically limitless, and so will be their computational powers. The robots will also be able to access huge data repositories that will enable them to learn, to tune their activities in unprecedented ways, in ways that is not possible to do with simply onboard computation. And finally, once a robot learns something, the robot can share with the rest of the robot community, with the other robot peers. And for example, the Japanese company Fanuc has used this approach to enable their robots that are used primarily in making cars to learn new skills. And within a training period of about 8 hours, they could get a robot to do something entirely new with about 90% accuracy, which is really quite extraordinary. And it's really enabled by the internet. It's really enabled by cloud computing. Here is another example, and in this project, a robot that belongs to my colleague Stephanie Telex is learning how to grasp objects by trial and error. So this robot has a lot of different types of objects in front of it, and it keeps trying. Once it succeeds, it stores the experience and the program in a database, and then a different robot could take advantage of that. And so when that other robot sees an object the first robot already has seen before, that robot will know how to grasp that object. Now, in my lab, we are exploring these kinds of approaches to making robots more capable, to creating a certain kind of a science of autonomy. And a very important thing about robots is how they actually interact with the physical world, how they are able to physically impact objects by grasping and moving them around. And here you see an example of creating a robot hand that is very much inspired by the human hand, that is very intuitive, it's soft, and it complies to whatever shape the object you're trying to grasp is. And it really enables robots to do the kind of delicate, in-hand, dexterous manipulation that humans are capable of doing. So these are a few examples of robots that can expand their capabilities through memory and processing. Here is an example where we give robots access to the world repository of recipes. And we ask the question, can we tell a robot, well, please make me, let's say, brownies. I happen to really like brownies. And have this robot go to the internet, find the recipe for brownies, and really become your Iron Chef. Really become a machine that can take the recipe, which is written in natural language, the kind we would understand, that would take that recipe, map it into instructions that it can execute, because now we have enhanced manipulation capabilities for robots, and then follow the instructions step by step. This robot has laser scanners and cameras in the head, and with that it can identify the ingredients, it can identify, okay, so it's not the most graceful robot, but it's a very smart robot. Look, it saw that there was a little bit of dough left in the bowl, and it goes in there to scrape it. So you see, we are hiking the intelligence of our machines. 20 minutes later, we have happy students, because there is right now, you really have to be an expert to create your own Iron Chef robot. But what if anyone could have their own Iron Chef robot at home? What if anyone could have a robot at home to do anything they want to get help with physical work? Well, I believe that the internet can really bring robots to people. And let me spend a little bit of time explaining how. So let's say we have a user, let's call her Alice. We'd like to give Alice the power to automate many physical tasks around her home. So say Alice wants to have a playmate for her cat while she is at work. Well, to do so, Alice can head to a special internet site that may have tech support. Let's call this 24-hour robot manufacturing, where, equipped with an intuitive interface, Alice can identify a kind of shape for the robot, and once she's happy with it, the store prints the robot, creates a programming language necessary to control the robot, and now the cat has a playmate. So how crazy is this idea? Is it really feasible? Can you imagine typing in your browser, I want a robot to play chess with me, and in response to that, trigger some kind of computation? The first step would be parsing the behavior, so thinking, what would a robot that plays chess need to do? Well, it would need to pick up pieces, move them around without bumping into other pieces. Oops. Okay, so you saw the result. The other is, so you determine the behaviors, then for each behavior you create a mechanism capable of that behavior, and then you generate the mechanisms, you assemble the components, and voila, you have the robot that is able to play chess. Now, this robot was not created entirely automatically, but a lot of the steps in this in creating this robot can be automated today. So what you need to do to make this kind of dream come true is two things. You need to improve how we make robots, and then we need to improve how we design robots. So let's talk about making robots first. This is an example of a 3D printed robot that practically walks itself out of the printer. You have seen a short segment of the printing process. The secret sauce is that we can print liquid in purple and solids in the same job. And in doing that, we can embed in the robot hydraulic mechanisms that enable the robot to actuate and to move. And this gives us tremendous progress forward over existing 3D printed objects that are inert. So this is the kind of mechanism that you can print as one job, and you can create without needing to use hands, without needing the expertise for how you make such complex mechanisms. And so I really believe that in the future, we will be able to print extraordinarily complex machines that will have their function embedded in the printer. Now, another way to consider how you might make robots is to search for a universal cell, just like we have our universal cells in our bodies. Imagine if we found a universal cell for a robot that could assemble and aggregate in many different ways. In this case, you see a simulation of this universal cell that is essentially a cube that expands and contracts by a factor of 2 and can turn a dog-shaped object into a couch-shaped object or anything else. So I spent a lot of time thinking about whether there is such a universal cell, and it turns out that while easy in theory, the practice is actually quite complicated. And this is the closest we have come to creating this kind of universal cell for robots. So this square, the cube, is actually a robot. And the way it moves is with a wheel that sits inside the robot, spins very fast. And when you break the wheel, the stored momentum propels the robot forward. So it's a step forward, yet we are significantly far from creating the kind of sophisticated biological mechanisms that we experience. But the robotics community is very much thinking about how we might be able to do that in the future. So I gave you 2 examples of how you might think about automating the making of robots. One is with 3D printing. The other one is through these universal robot modules. And now I want to talk with you a little bit about design, because design is really at the core of whether we can make new machines or not. And so we have worked on this problem, and here's how our design approach looks like. So the user, Alice, might head to this 24-hour manufacturing and say, I want a 6-legged robot because that feels right. So the process is like this. So given this rough sketch for what the robot might look like, a database that has all sorts of components, legs, pairs of legs, bodies, that database is searched. And then automatically, as this 6-legged physical structure with supporting electronics gets automatically synthesized. And from the search and segment and compose process, we create design files that can then be sent to any kind of rapid prototyping machine, to a 3D printer or to a laser cutter or to a vinyl cutter, or you could even send it to a regular printer, the one that anyone might have in your home. After fabricating this flat sheet, the user could fold it into a whole variety of different working prototypes. And then a programming interface that is presented to the user in the form of an app can be delivered to the user. So here's the user controlling the robot from an app. This user knows nothing about robots, but is now able to control a robot. Isn't this amazing? So I want to make sure that I explain exactly what is going on in the system. So starting with a design database that stores all existing designs, and it's somewhere housed on the internet. You compose and you segment your design in an interactive mode, and then you fabricate it. So the user is able to think about the robot as a 3D structure, but the design is unfolded. So the 3D structure is automatically unfolded into a structure that can be easily printed. And the structure is aggregated in a hierarchical way. Now, once the design is settled, the user has the ability to modify it, to scale it up, scale it down, and to add legs and other devices to it. And you can see how the actual robot design gets created in the background. And given this design, the robot is tested to make sure that it meets the specifications. So here is the robot. In fact, the back legs were too short and the robot couldn't really walk, but the user could very intuitively make a change, and now there is a design that meets the specifications and can be printed. And a similar process enables the user to say something like, okay, it's a 6-legged robot. It needs 2 motors, one for each set of legs. And given that, the system can automatically create the wiring diagrams and instructions so that anyone can actually make this robot. The parts get presented to the user, and here's the user in fact assembling all of the components to get a fully functional robot that can walk upon completion. So this is another approach to making robots, to making them rapidly, to creating get-up-and-go robots. And you can make all kinds of robots in this fashion. In fact, these robots in this picture have been all created with the same program, but different parameters. The big one is about 1 meter long. Here is another example that will give you a sense of what you can do by segmenting and composing. So this is an example that shows you how to make a flying car. Now, it's a miniaturized flying car. This is one of my big dreams. We still have to make advances on the power side, but this robot was created by composing the quadrotor part of a car, quadrotor robot with the legs of the insect you have just seen. And now we have a flying machine. And this flying machine can be controlled, again, by composing the program that allowed the machine to walk with a program that allowed the machine to fly. And you can see that there is actually quite precise control. And here's the robot that encounters an obstacle and it flies over it. So I don't know if traffic gets bad in Stockholm, but in Boston there are some pretty difficult times. And every time I'm stuck in traffic, I really want this robot so I could fly right over the traffic jams. Now, with these robots, a very big part is the actual fabrication of the robot, the actual folding of the robot. And the question we asked was, can you make this robot automatically? And we answer yes by providing a means to bake your own robot. So this robot that you're seeing is actually in an oven, and it's baking itself into the correct shape. And the secret sauce is in this slide where here's how it works. If you make the body of the robot as a sandwich structure with structural layers at the top and at the bottom, and inside you put a layer that responds to an external stimulus such as heat. If you have kids, maybe you know about shrinky dinks, that's what the material we use is. Then by cutting the gaps in the top and bottom material, we can control exactly how the robot will fold itself from a flat structure into a 3D structure. We can control those angles. And this shows you the creation of our mini-bot, origami mini-bot, on a heat plate. This robot also gets up and goes, and in fact, not only does it go, it runs. It can move at 4 body lengths a second. The robot can move on all kinds of terrain. It can also swim, and it can carry things, and it can find its way through rubble. So this robot that is fairly simple to make actually has fairly interesting behavior. Now the robot is controlled because it sits on an electromagnetic field that is composed from 4 coils, and by manipulating the field, you can get the robot to move in whatever way you want. And when the robot is done with its task, you can send it to a recycling bin. So the robot is actually easy on the environment. Now, this idea of rapidly fabricating robots has impact on several industries, and I wanted to show you 2 examples. One is in medicine, and I would like to give you the application, a specific application we call the origami mini surgeon. So take the robot you have just seen. We are going to turn that robot into a swallowable surgical instrument. And one application for such a device is in removing foreign objects from your body. Every year in the US, over 3,500 kids swallow button batteries. And these are very bad for your body, because within a half an hour, the battery can puncture a hole in the tissue. And my students actually showed this by buying a piece of ham and putting the battery on a piece of ham. Within a half an hour, the battery was fully submerged. So here's how we can imagine doing incision-free surgery with origami robots in the future. We take the origami robot, we compress it, and we surround it in ice. And we create an iced capsule that is about the same size as the size of any pill the doctor would prescribe to you. Then the patient swallows this ice capsule. When the ice capsule gets inside the stomach, the ice melts and the robot expands. And it deploys. And then using an external magnetic field, we can control the robot to do a variety of tasks, maybe to remove the button battery, or to patch a wound, or to deliver medicine at a particular location, or you can even imagine using this approach to take a sample from the body without requiring the incision. So here we have the robot again. After removing the battery, you see the hole, and now the robot is directed to very precisely to the location of the wound that it can patch. So these are some of the things we can do, even with these tiny origami robots that we can create in such a rapid way. But these robots can do much more for us. They can really take us to the next level in manufacturing. Because I really believe that today manufacturing has a big problem to solve. How do we go from mass production to customized production? Robots have already enabled mass production. Robots, computation, and the internet will enable customized production. So what is the issue in manufacturing? Here's the issue. Right now, we use robots to automate manufacturing only for tasks that are fairly stable and are done for products that have long life cycles. So cars fall in that category. But if you look at the electronics industry, where the product changes every 3 to 6 months, like your phone, or if you look at the aircraft industry, where the products are so complex, you really don't have much volume, we can't really use automation. So the level of automation really depends on the setup time for the manufacturing plant and on the life cycle. The airline industry spends about a year configuring an assembly line, and they don't want to change it for 5 to 6 years in order to get their investment back. So through the design of rapid robots and fixtures, imagine changing manufacturing from today's very rigid model to a model where workers could configure and reconfigure the assembly lines. When the product changes, the worker could absolutely change how that assembly line looks like. So if this is possible, manufacturing will be greatly impacted because we will be able to change the way we think about manufacturing from fixed products to customized products. And instead of making products at the far side and then distributing them through shops, I believe that factories will get smaller and much closer to people. And the products will be easily customized. People will still be involved in running the factory, but the products will change from design in Sweden, manufactured in China, to design in Sweden, customized in your own living room by yourself, and fabricated nearby. So how far in the future is this idea of 24-hour robot manufacturing? Well, consider that 20 years or so ago, computation was just beginning to become available to people, and the internet was just, the web, was just being born. So today I would say that everyone has a computer, everyone is connected to the internet. In other words, computation has become democratized. And I believe that just like the App Store has democratized access to computation, the potential for democratizing and customizing physical tasks can be equally profound. I like this quote from Mark Weiser, who was a chief scientist at Xerox PARC, and he was also credited with inventing ubiquitous or pervasive computing. Today, the internet is a utility, computation is a utility, and robots could transform physical tasks in the utility and become a profound part of our everyday life, and this will happen soon. Tack, tack.
Oops. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I think we will have time for just one short question, and that would be, is there a cost? If I'm buying my 24-hour robot, will it just last for 24 hours? And will there be a cost?
So the idea is to make it affordable, right? I mean, and consider that the first color 3D printers cost $500,000 in the 80s, and now they're practically throwaway the gadgets. So I really believe that we will be able to do this with reasonable cost, and they will not be expensive. Right now, the technologies are one of a kind, so they're not quite ready to be deployed as products. But as the industry picks up, I'm sure that this will happen. In fact, there are a number of sites on the internet where you can begin to make designs. The level of automation is not quite what I have talked about, but I really see the roots of a movement in this direction.
Yeah. Well, it's impressive. Before you leave us.
Yes, we have a gift that is very appropriate today. This is not one of your advanced robots, but we are also using robots to teach children how to use computers and how to program. So it's a robot.
It's a robot.
But it's more of the cute kind that will not cut you inside.
I love it. In fact, this is one of my favorite topics today, to tell children that, in fact, if they learn how to program and they learn how to make things, they end up with superpowers.
Exactly.
Because they end up imagining anything and turning what they have imagined into reality. And that I call a superpower. So please encourage your children to sign up for programming and to learn how to make.
Yes.
Here,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Daniela Roos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, I, for one, welcome our tiny, creepy, ice-encapsulated surgical robot overlords. Jag tyckte det där var jättespännande. Jag hoppas ni också tyckte det. Jag ser ju framför mig en framtid när man kanske slipper kniven på operationsbordet och istället sväljer 8 sådana där isrobotar och så börjar de skära inuti igen.
Ja, kanske det.
Vi ska prata lite mer om robotar, men kanske en trevligare och snällare typ. Eller ja, en annan typ i alla fall.
En annan typ, som inte är inuti utan utanpå.
Jag hoppas det, vi får se. Vår andra keynote-talare för idag är också en botmakare, men han är också en konstnär som jobbar med digital konst och robotar. Han har varit medgrundare till ett kooperativ som heter Field Train i Portland i Oregon. Han jobbar med bottar, generatorer och annat galet internetpryls. Och han har skapat ett program som heter Amazon Random Shopper som beställer slumpvisa saker hem till honom varje månad. Och så blir det en liten procent så får man se vad som kommer. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Darius Kazemi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name's Darius Kazemi, and I'm from Portland, Oregon, on the west coast of the United States. And I'll warn you right now, I'm pretty jet-lagged, but I'm also extremely grateful to be invited out here by the conference. I've been excited about this trip for months now, and I was going to talk about creativity and coding, which is usually what I talk about at a conference like this. But then something happened. Excuse me. 2 weeks ago today, Donald Trump was elected President of the United States of America. Many people around the world are afraid for what the future holds. I'm a bisexual Iranian-American US citizen, and I'm afraid of what the future holds for me. And yet I'm here on this stage in Stockholm at the Internet Days, and now I have to say something to you all about the Internet. I was invited here because I make art that's about the Internet and that lives on the Internet. Unlike the physical robots Daniela mentioned earlier, I make autonomous software robots that perform art. One of my earlier creations is the Random Shopper, a bot I made in 2012. Every month, I gave it a $50 Amazon gift card, and once a month, it would pull random dictionary words, search Amazon for those words, and do its best to buy a bunch of random crap that it then shipped to me. As you can see, the first shipment contained a book about linguistics by Noam Chomsky, and a CD of electroacoustic music by the avant-garde Swedish-Hungarian composer Ákos Rozsman. In the end, it felt like I had an alien from Mars as my own personal shopper, and Amazon slowly built its own profile of the bot as a Presbyterian science fiction and film enthusiast. I've also made other projects. One of them is called Leaving Everywhere. It's a generator that pulls real data from the United States Census Bureau and generates a tearful goodbye letter about why life is bad in one random city and why the author is moving to another random city. There's a few examples here, and I'm just going to read a little bit from one. Why I'm leaving Chicago, Illinois. Chicago, I love you, but you're bringing me down. I'm seeking a more sustainable lifestyle in Tacoma, Washington. Of course, Chicago has much to offer. My longtime data entry keyer, Miranda, the neighbor, the maxillofacial surgeon, Devin, the islands, the college auditoriums, the parades. When this town is good, it's great. However, something was rubbing me the wrong way about this place, so I decided to do a little research. Did you know that the average monthly housing expense for a homeowner with a mortgage is $1,933? And according to the 2013 American Community Survey conducted by the US Census Bureau, the number of Asian people living in poverty is 29,854. Can you believe it? Also, did you know we have 40,202 women working in personal care here? What the hell? Not that there's anything wrong with Chicago. For example, the average value of an owner-occupied home is $233,200. This is something everyone can aspire to. Another bot I've made is 2 headlines. This lives on Twitter, and it takes subjects from Google News and swaps them between headlines, tweeting the results. This town has resisted pelicans for 18 months, but food is running low. Donald Trump joins cast of Game of Thrones. 5 things you should know about San Francisco as a service. And the exceedingly ominous humans to restart by May 15th. The bots I make are deliberately playful. They play with words, they play with expectations, and they play with the forms of communication that are popular on the internet. They are algorithms that are designed to delight people and to provoke thought. But there are other algorithms out there. While Donald Trump is on the precipice of inheriting the most complex surveillance apparatus in the history of the world, we have recent news of Shanghai-based researchers who published a paper where they use artificial intelligence to predict the future criminal behavior of a person by measuring different aspects of their face. The researchers looked at several hundred faces of both criminals and non-criminals, mostly Chinese men in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. They gave the images to a convolutional neural network, the same kind of image classifier that you may have played with online that can guess your age or tell you what a breed of dog is. The image classifier discovered its own set of distinguishing facial features that correlated 95% correctly to a list of never-before-seen images of people known to be law-abiding or to be criminals. This might sound familiar to you as the 19th century concept of phrenology, a pseudoscience closely related to the eugenics movement that posited that certain social behaviors correlated to facial features, particularly on the head, the face, and maybe some other parts of the body. For example, if you had a bump over your right ear, a phrenologist might say that you were a destructive person. These readings were used as a justification for prejudice against many different ethnic groups, including blacks, Slavs, and Jews. In the case of both classic phrenology and this new artificial intelligence-driven kind, there is an illusion of correlation with causation. These classifications put blind faith in institutions, assuming that the institutions are correct, not only in who they convict of crimes, but also in who they do not convict. Just because someone is in prison doesn't mean they've committed a crime, especially under a government like China's. Someone may be a law-abiding citizen, and as far as the police know, but they might be committing domestic abuse at home. Yet their face appears in the law-abiding category, which is what the algorithm is trained on. The only thing this new kind of phrenology tells us is the same thing the old style of phrenology told us. They both highlight the existing power structures by codifying their biases into something that possesses the unimpeachable authority of science. Compare this to another project of mine, the sorting bot. The sorting bot is a Twitter version of the sorting hat from Harry Potter. If you follow the bot on Twitter, it assigns you to a Hogwarts house with a rhyme. You stand before the sorting hat, my real estate is iced. For Slytherin you cast your lot, for you are underpriced. The ethic of a porcupine, the wisdom of a goose, in Ravenclaw is where you go, for you are quite abstruse. There's a very important design decision at the core of Sorting Bot. Oh, excuse me. There we go. There's a very important decision at the core of Sorting Bot. It assigns you to a house arbitrarily. People sometimes assume that it's doing sentiment analysis on your tweets. They come up with conspiracy theories. Maybe because you say a lot of curse words, it puts you in Slytherin. Or maybe because if you link to Wikipedia a lot, you're Ravenclaw. The bot is actually 100% arbitrary, but people cannot imagine an internet without surveillance. It's astonishing to me. The sorting bot very intentionally de-emphasizes the house selection in favor of the fun of these custom nursery rhymes. This is an algorithm that is not designed to use your identity. It doesn't make any presumptions about who you are. It does not infer things about your behavior from generic markers that you leave online. It does not surveil by design. Phrenology looks at passive physical markers, things that we cannot control, and makes inferences about who we are. The sorting bot is the opposite of this. It is not enough to critique the things that we think are bad. I believe we have to fill the world with things that we think are good. And to me, the sorting bot is one attempt that I've made at doing that. The French social scientist Bruno Latour wrote a book in 1993 called Aramis, or The Love of Technology. It's a chronicle of the failed attempt to create a personal rapid transit system in Paris in the 1970s and 80s. Imagine something like a driverless car system, but with technology from 40 years ago. It was an incredibly ambitious project and one that never came to fruition. The book is a kind of post-mortem of the project, interviews with the engineers who put it together and the managers and all sorts of other people involved in the project. And as part of the book, he postulates that the job of any team engaged in any kind of engineering or design is to transform fiction into reality. By definition, he says, a technological project is a fiction, since at the outset it does not exist, and there is no way it can exist yet because it is in the project phase. Design and engineering is the painstaking process of coaxing fiction little by little into nonfiction. Latour goes so far to say that at the beginning of a project, there is not that great a distinction even between ideas and concrete objects. We, the people in this room, are the designers and engineers of the internet. This immense responsibility is something we could do amazing things with, and yet for so many of us, the fictions we choose to create and invite into reality look like this. Facebook would like to hear from you. Which brand do you associate most with swing states in the 2016 election? Select an option: Bacardi, Malibu, Captain Morgan, Bud Light, or other/none. Now, I get it. You've got to make money. You've got to earn a living. But here's the problem. If we create bleak and awful things today, then the future is bleak and awful. And if the future is bleak and awful enough, making a living might be impossible. Here's a chart of Facebook's revenue for the last 3 years, ending with their Q3 report from just before the election. They had their best quarter ever, $7-point-some billion. They've been doing very well. Now here's that chart projected 6 months into the future if Donald Trump triggers a global thermonuclear war. We don't want to end up like, oh, there we go. Sorry about that. We don't want to end up like this guy. Yes, the planet got destroyed, but for a beautiful moment in time, we created a lot of value for shareholders. So what do we, the people sitting in this room, do? I'm not going to tell you specifically what to do. Everyone in this room is smart and can figure out specific actions for themselves. But what I can tell you about is a set of questions that I ask myself at least once a day. I've found these questions helpful in guiding my work as a technologist and ensuring that I'm living a life that creates sorting bots instead of AI phrenology. What kind of world do I want to live in? This is not the question, what kind of life do I want to live? That's an easy question. You can always just imagine yourself rich and not having to work and only ever hanging out with attractive and funny and intelligent people, or whatever it is that you want your life to look like. That's a simple thing to imagine. One of the things that bothers me most is people who work with technology who lack imagination. And I'm not talking about technological imagination, of course. Everyone can say, oh, let's make a new JavaScript framework that has server-side rendering. It'll be great, and we'll take this piece from this and that piece from that, and we'll put it on GitHub. I'm talking about social imagination, the ability to look at the world and to look at what you can do and make connections between these things. Really take some time and imagine this world. Look at science fiction. Look at history. Look around you today. Just make things up off the top of your head. This is an exercise in fiction writing, and you are writing your future. Next question is sort of a two-parter. It's who can I serve and how am I equipped to serve them? I want to take a brief detour to talk about two concepts from religious studies that I find helpful to think about all the time. These are the ideas of orthodoxy and orthopraxy. In religious studies, orthodoxy is used to describe a religion that is centered on belief and ritual. In an orthodoxic religion, people are bound together because they hold the same beliefs and they practice the same rituals. In an orthopraxic religion, what binds people together is that they carry out the same actions in the real world. Belief is secondary to action. And in my opinion, it's easy to be orthodoxic and hold beliefs that let you think that you're a good person. An orthopraxic outlook is what's needed to change the world. And for me, the most important praxis is service. Everyone in this room is a technologist, and I mean everyone in the broadest sense. Everybody who works in technology is a technologist, even marketers and office managers and other positions that aren't traditionally considered engineering or design. And as technologists, we are in a unique position to serve others through technology. If you are a marketer or even an office manager or something like that, you are helping develop this fiction that is being brought into reality. Now, maybe that fiction that you're imagining boils down to optimizing advertising revenue. Look in the mirror in the morning and ask yourself how this is serving others. I'm going to guess that it's probably not good enough. You might come up with a justification like, well, the money I make at this job, I can give some of it to charity, and that helps people, so that's how I'm serving. I don't think that's good enough. Something I've learned is that the way you serve people is by dedicating most of your time to serving, making it the primary part of your daily experience. As humans, we can only prioritize one or two things at a time in our lives, and it's very easy for capitalism to grind us down to a place where we don't have energy for anything else. So I'm saying you should prioritize service. And the last question is, who can I join forces with to create the world I want to live in? You can't do this alone. You need allies. You need to find other people who share your vision. Other people are also a good forcing function. For example, interacting with people usually means your ideas will be challenged. You'll never find someone who shares your vision for the world 100%, ever. It's impossible, but that's okay. Find someone who shares it 50%, 60%, and join up with them. Two people out there in the world working to make a compromised change is far better than one person with no help who sits in their bedroom but retains ideological purity. I need to remind myself of these questions to make sure that I stay sane and that I'm able to live with myself. I promise you that every day I'm going to ask these questions in the mirror when I wake up and before I go to bed. These are scary times in Europe and in the United States and in the rest of the world. As we go into the days ahead, we're going to need each other more than ever. I invite you to use these questions to think about your role as a technologist, to realize that being in this room puts you in a position of power, and to use that power to imagine wonderful fictional futures and bring them kicking and screaming into the present. I want to give special thanks to my spouse, Courtney Stanton, for their help with this presentation, and I want to thank you all, and please enjoy the rest of your conference. Thanks.
Thank you. Please
sure.
stay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we've seen some physical bots, and now we've talked about some of the software kind that you work on. Also, I take with your speech that towards the end there, who do you serve? Who are you working for? Do we need something more like a church of the internet? It almost sounds like you're a preacher telling us to, work towards the common good, to aspire to a higher aim, rather than to do what's good for capitalism, what's good for the now. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say we need a church specifically, but I do think we need to make moral decisions. Beyond even ethics, I think we need to think about morality and the world that we live in. And I think this is sorely lacking from computer science education. I think this is something that everybody really needs to think about, because this is, this is power. We have real power, and I think we have to approach that with a great amount of responsibility and even trepidation.
I agree. What do you think about Facebook, Google, Apple, and these huge tech giants, and how they are working with their moral compass towards building a better society? I mean, we have Google, do no evil. What do you think? What are your thoughts? Where are they going right? Where are they going wrong?
I mean, I think I would have believed their do no evil back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. I think once you become a public company and you become a giant organization with a billion, trillion-dollar market cap, it becomes impossible to do that sort of thing as an organization. So I'm actually very skeptical of large organizations.
You would think as an artist that it's impossible to serve the cult of money at the same time as the moral compass of creating a good society.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that. Yeah.
Thank you. We have, of course, the physical robot for you as well. And
thank you.
Maybe this one comes with an Arduino. Maybe you can fill it with your own moral code to make it work towards common good.
I'll install a moral compass on this.
Yeah,
thank you so much, and thank you for an inspiring talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja.
Wow.
Intressant.
Jag hoppas att ni känner er lika inspirerade som jag nu om att bygga robotar som gör bra saker, skär i människor och kanske
fast med hjärta. Inte i hjärtat, de har hjärta.
En moralisk kompass också.
Ja, precis.
Dagen är fylld av spännande ämnen och ni ska få en kopp kaffe i er innan det är dags för er att sätta igång och konferera om det ni vill. Men 13:30 ses vi här igen för en keynote efter lunch, Erica Baker. Och hoppas ni har en riktigt bra dag. Vi ses klockan 13:30.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Stockholm. Yeah. How many here have ever been to a WordCamp before? Give me some hands. Yeah? And how many newcomers? Oh, a lot. Really cool. WordCamps are the official meeting places of all WordPressers. And this is where we get together and learn from each other. No one here today is paid. And every one of our speakers is a WordPress professional with really good and interesting insights. This year, we've joined forces with the Internet Days for the first time. So it's a kind of a special event. This means that there are keynotes that are for everyone. And they are in this room. And then we have speeches in this room and in bar 5. And bar 5 is just up the stairs and to the right. And also at bar 5, you can collect your cool swag. Anyone got their cool T-shirt yet? No? And also say hello to our sponsors. And I'd like to say a big round of applause to our sponsors who make this possible, because they're the ones who's paying the bills. Come on. Keep in mind that bar 5 is a pretty small place, so it might fill up pretty quickly. We have a pretty busy schedule, and so just try to be quick when you move in and out. We have some changes to the schedule. Aruna's talk at 2 about measuring jetpack is now 25 minutes and not 15. And Daniel Melin is replaced with Johan Falk at 14:45. And you can check the website on wordcamp.org. It's updated. That is for today. Tomorrow is the contribution day. Is anyone going to the contribution day here today? A lot of people, nice. Since WordPress is an open source project, WordPress depends on the contribution of all of us, really. And we need help with translations, bug fixes, theme use, themes, plugins, you name it, everything. So tomorrow, we'll start at 9. The venue is Bonnier Tidskrifter at Sveavägen 53. Am I right? Yeah? Yeah. And we're almost fully booked. So if you're going to grab a seat and you're not booked yet, you're going to have to look up one of our... where are you at, Marcus? That guy, Marcus. Yeah. So go to speak to this guy, because he's the boss of the list. And it's only 15 more places left, I think. And then after that, we'll be taking reserves. This year, Marcus, come here again. The volunteers this year got this cool T-shirt. It says Arrangör on the backside. So if you got any questions, look with someone with a black T-shirt with Arrangör on the backside. And I like to give all of our volunteers a big round of applause. They're doing a massive, massive job. Come on. At 5, the official after party begins. It's in the M1 room, and I think that's here. And with this blippy thingy here, you get 2 free drinks. Nice. And well, we'll keep the party going until they throw us out, I guess. Yeah, so that's it. Let's have a great WordCamp. And now you can look up the speaker you want to that you want to hear and get going. Thank you. So, welcome Zrinka Buljubasic with Giving WordPress Dashboard a Welcome Redesign, Layout and Dash Icons. Big round of applause.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zrinka, a tab designer and co-founder of the agency Agilo, where I also work as a lead designer. What I wanted to talk to you about today is how we can improve the design of the WordPress dashboard and dash icons, since we use WordPress platform on a daily basis. So let's dive into it. First of all, let's warm up a bit to this photo of a town where I come from. This is Split, Croatia, and I've heard Swedish people like talking about weather and temperature, so right now it's like 19 degrees Celsius there, so I'm freezing here. WordPress and its visual presence. This is a tool that we use every day. However, it certainly lacks in its visual presence, which can be also as powerful as its functionality. Since dashboard has certain limitations, we thought it would be like fun and creative to try and give it new lease of life. This dashboard is almost entirely text information, and functionality is the #1 priority. This means it really requires a special care when being shaped so that information can be processed as easily and as efficient as possible. So I've highlighted some problems with the current dashboard. This layout works correctly. It's pretty basic and neutral, but it doesn't have any greater visual presence. The structure is stable, and it will get the job done. However, there is always room for improvement. Let's take a look at this from the type standpoint. How we handle type here is one of the greatest importance, since most of the information is text. We have to be careful with font choice, sizes, spacings, leading, styles, paragraph length, and etc. What we see here is all the different text sizes that are used on the dashboard. When the human eye, when it sees so many sizes, it cannot get used to a certain category of information. So each time it looks at a page, it has to learn its language all over again. Also, the paragraph length is way too long. Like human eye likes the comfortable amount of somewhere about 60 signs per one line. We also see a lot of color variations, like a lot of different shades of blue and gray and red. This can all be put into one system that can work really efficiently. The design also feels a bit too crowded. It's like it could use a bit more space. We also have some problems in spacing of elements. There are certain inconsistencies. As you can see here, these are all the different spacings I found on a single page. If we use just like 2 or 3 spacings between the elements, this entire design can really look like it is systemized. These are also the button sizes and variations I've found. There is no need to use as many button styles that there are right now. Like we can narrow it down to maybe 2 or 3 different buttons that can vary in color or in font size, but not also a different background or shadows or borders and etc. Also, here we have all the shades of gray that I found on the website, which really don't do any job. WordPress has its dash icons that are very diverse in their visual style. Having such complex and diverse shapes throughout the entire dashboard makes processing information so hard. Information should be processed as efficient as possible, and since we have icons always with a font, icon is just something that we teach a user for a certain page. So we have to make these icons helpful and useful as possible. There's a lot of variety among the shapes. Some are quite abstract, while some are so literal. It will be a good idea to keep them all within one system that codes symbols in the same visual language. This way, user gets used to decoding the same system. Also, some icons are quite complex and have a lot of details, but some are really simple and straightforward. Since these icons will be used in small sizes only, our aim is to reduce the number of details as much as possible. Also, some icons have endings that are sharp, some are rounded, some icons are stroke-based, some are fill-based. One big problem with the icons is also that they vary in their optical size. Some appear quite dark and big, some appear light and small. There's also a lot of game playing with negative and positive space. Somewhere white space acts as a stroke or a divider between the parts of the icons, while on some icons the white space is more relevant, meaning it presents a really crucial part of the icon. So switching these roles between negative space really confuses human brain. What exactly have we done? So by fixing these parameters, we managed to create new layout for the dashboard and the entire new system for the dash icons. So we made a grid-based design, we've chosen a new font, we've shaped text in a different way, we've added clear visual hierarchy, we've used a limited amount of colors, we added a system to styling the buttons, we've also added a system to sizing elements that belong in the same category, and we've added a lot of white space to make the design more breathable. Here you can see what it looks in the end. So this is all grid-based, like all elements fall into grid system, which makes the design consistent and solid on all screen sizes. We've chosen a Google free font that comes both in sans and serif version. We used serif only on the places where you can add text, and sans on all other functionalities. To increase the visibility of text, we've used a different size, and also bold or italic, and to decrease, we use a smaller size. However, we don't use too many sizes. We use 3 sizes of font on the entire dashboard. There's also clear visual hierarchy now, like the menu area is separated and the content from the content area. There is a different background area of the links. We've decided not to use the shades of gray as a visual separator for the content area, but we wanted to focus on the text and element arrangements. We also have 2 button sizes that can vary in height, and 3 button sizes based on priority and focus importance. We've shaped text, so we fixed the length of the paragraph, and it's much shorter now. It ranges from 60 to 70 characters per line. The sizes are proportionally aligned, more leading is added, and more white space around the text to make the design more breathable and far easier on the eyes. And now the world of dash icons. So here you can see the difference between the home icon that is now on the dashboard and the one that we created. On the first line on the slide, you see a few of the current dashboard icons, and below are the icons that we designed. So they work both in the circle and without it. Why I chose this circle is so that the elements can always be the same size, and it also works nice with the logo. So all the icons are in the same grid system, which is 30 pixels grid. They are all pixel perfect, so they can work efficiently in the digital media, and they all have correlation to the logo. Icons are flat, so we can have one visual style that matches the personality of the font. Shapes are quite simplified. The icons work well in color, in black and white, and also as a negative. They are also adjusted to work with the font style. So here is the entire list of the icons that we made. They are all linear, so so now we can just avoid the fill icons, which add a lot of visual noise. This is a system that can be always extended. It's totally extendable, since we will be adding icons in the WordPress dashboard. So this is an example of what we can do and how we can think about this problem. Hopefully, we'll see some improvements in the future. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for that great speech. Do we have any questions from the audience? No? Do we have a runner here? No
There's
runners?
No,
Okay.
there's one question, I think.
Yeah, but we need a mic runner.
Okay.
So I'm going to do it. Put your hand up. There's a volunteer. Thank you.
Hello, I was
Hi.
just wondering, what does it look like on mobile?
I haven't put a mobile version here, but it is a grid-based system that works like in all media. But I don't have it in the presentation, unfortunately.
Okay. Any more questions? There's a question.
Is it available as a theme or something?
What? Excuse me?
Is it available for us as a downloadable theme or
Yes,
something?
it will be available. I've seen that the community has just started to think about doing redesign of the icons and the dashboard, so I will put all the icons free for use for the community.
Very cool. I think you're worth a round of applause just for that. Come on.
Thank you.
That's great. Do you think, I mean, one of the main issues with the WordPress dashboard is that, well, if you look at an installation that's been around for a year or two, and people, put all kinds of stuff in there,
Yeah.
it gets really cluttered. What
Yeah.
is your thoughts on that?
Well, there is a lot of information, but we can create a system that has certain elements that can be used to create new ones. So there's not a visual noise when someone comes with something new. So if we use consistent sizes, text styles, and all that, and colors, it can all look okay. Like we won't have a mess that we have now. Yeah.
So where can people go to get this? Because obviously they really want this. Yeah.
So as I said, I've seen that the community has just started to think about it. So I will give this to the community. So if they want to use it, that they can. Like it's free for use.
Okay, good.
It's available.
But there's
for
no
everyone.
feature plugin as of now?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Big round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Så. Då kör vi en liten bensträckare. Och sen så är det nästa snack här inne. Och det är ingen mindre än Noel Tock med Moving Forward in WordPress. Tack. So, here's Noel Talk with moving forward in WordPress.
Thank you very much. Slides work. Cool. Let's see if this works. Yes. Cool. So a couple months ago, I saw, oops, I'm not supposed to move too much. Sorry, guys. So a couple months ago, I stumbled upon this infographic here, which I thought was quite interesting, right? Because it highlights what were the most popular job types in the US, and this is 1978. So you see like a lot of secretaries, a lot of truck drivers, things like that. Or actually, I think it was only farmers. Sorry, it was farmers and secretaries at the time. But 20 years later, you started seeing a lot more truck drivers. So globalization's kind of kicking in, and there's a little computer analyst right in the right-hand corner. 20 years later, again, we see that we now have a lot of software developers around. So this is something that's becoming more common, right? And it's not even the title computer analyst anymore. And seeing all this, it kind of got me going because I created my first website in 1995. And I thought I was doing something really, really wrong back then, right? Like, oh, I'm not supposed to be doing this. I should be studying for school, doing some more productive work. And then 10 years later, like in 2005, I was still, this is not really a real industry. I'm not sure if you can make money, but it's fun having as a side job and as a hobby. And now, like fast forward by 11 years. This is a very normal job, right? Like, this is actually a cool job. People want to have this job. People want to be in this industry. And it even comes with a lot of lifestyle elements, if you want, right? There's remote working. There's this nomadic lifestyle. It's all very progressive in itself, right? Like, you have good employment benefits. Usually, people are pretty forward-thinking in terms of how we work. And all these things are really, really great. And WordPress has played a massive role, kind of getting that far, right? Because it's been a big component of web development in the last, 13 years, or even coming close to 14. But what's interesting to me is that I feel as if sometimes we've kind of been stuck in our own little ecosystem of what WordPress is. So to illustrate my point, if you look at a common theme on WordPress, on WordPress.org, and you find a theme on there, a top theme, and you take any one, they're all quite similar in nature, right? So this is one of the larger ones. The logo's in the top left corner, navigation's in the right-hand side. You see there's a hero image with the call to action, and then you start kind of scrolling down, and yes, you have your blog post and your blog metadata. You have your sidebar with the tags, and then you have your footer with the 3 columns and a terminal footer. And what's quite interesting about this, right, is that we've kind of gone to the point where we know we can go online and see a website and be like, that was built on WordPress, right? We can kind of be like, this is WordPressy. We have that feeling. But what's really interesting about this, and let's go back to the sidebar for a second. Almost every theme comes with this file called sidebar.php. How many of you have worked with sidebar.php? Okay, a fair few of you. Now, for those of you who haven't worked with sidebar.php, it's this file inside your WordPress theme directory that gives you the illusion of doing something when it really does nothing at all, right? It serves no purpose. And I can prove this point to you. So if we go back to the sidebar, and let's take the most useless widget out of all, right? The archives, right? It's always landed there somehow. But let's take the archives, and if you zoom in, and you keep zooming in, and you go a bit further, a little more, and here we have to start enhancing, right? Enhancing the image like CSI. And you'll see why sidebar.php is the devil. So, thank you. Jokes aside, the idea I'm trying to push forward is that there's a lot of things in our ecosystem that guide the concept of what a website is supposed to be and what a website is supposed to look like. And WordPress is great at solving the needs of small businesses, and people also have to make a profit, right? But somehow we've landed in this world of having these these various like 2 and 3 column layouts, with having these widget areas that we fill out, and we kind of throw these widgets at them, right, to kind of make them stick and fill out the website, right? Like, oh, this website looks so empty. What should I put there? Another widget, And so we've kind of gotten stuck in this. And what I'd like to push forward today is that the web has become a lot more interesting. There's a lot more other things we can do, and WordPress can be a big part of that. So let's take another website, for example, here. This is the World Wildlife Fund. It's the Tiger Challenge, and you can see that's me moving my mouse around and also scrolling the pages. But what's interesting is that this is like a campaign site to get you to run to save the tigers. And at some point it says, yes, there's 450 tigers left. But it kind of dawns on you that the amount of particles that are being used are about 450. So that they've made the entire transformation from tigers to a person running, and really been able to bring out the most immersive sort of experience that one can do with something like this. But it's a much more compelling experience, right? And to think about what I just showed you before, this hero image, and just let's throw on a call to action right in the middle, that's kind of like an easy way out. Whereas trying to do less things, but trying to do those in a lot better kind of way is, it's a lot more challenging, but the benefits are that much larger. So let's take another abused kind of effect, and that's the parallax effect, right? So this is called The Boat. And this is a story that's online. It was created by SBS, which is a media company in Australia. And this is parallax in an absolutely beautiful way, right? It's not being abused, but it took a lot of time to do correctly. And we see these sort of interactions happening on a large scale across the entire web, right? Entire pages are interactive. You don't have to switch page. You can stay on a page. You can have different interactions, and you can really derive value from it by just staying on that one place. But you can also derive your value a lot quicker. It could be in a single click as opposed to 3 or 4 different clicks. I think the Facebook like buttons are also a great metaphor for that, in terms of, yes, there's these big platforms and these big websites that are all very interactive, but then also the smallest of details have also grown with the web, right? The simple like button that we used to know has now grown up to be all these different, this different range of emotions. So this is obviously not to say that websites are all becoming platforms or all websites are becoming a web application, but rather that consumers are seeking superior user experience, for lack of a better term, and they're looking for value, right? The modern front end is JavaScript powered in that regard. So if platforms and web applications represent this one end of the spectrum, then the way we used to do business in the web design industry represents the other, right? And I came across this great example of the old way of doing business a couple weeks back, and I saw this company, and it was a web design company advertising their services, charging per page. Do you guys remember when that used to exist, right? You charge like 200, I guess like 2,000 SEK for a page, and then you'd be like, oh, I want 6 pages, right? And you'd kind of order your website like that. It's quite awkward, right? Like, can you imagine calling that company up and saying, hey, I'd love to have a website. They're like, how many pages? And you say, well, I want 1. They say, anything else you want on that page? And you're like, infinite scroll. So. The web has completely changed, right? So we really do need to take a different perspective in that regard, that WordPress is a tool which is used with other tools, right? And not a solution which is simply deployed to live off the grid with a bunch of plugins and a bunch of themes somewhere, right? It kind of feels like the Truman Show sometimes. You guys remember that movie where it was like this glass dome and they lived their perfect life in there? And I feel when I look at some WordPress websites, it's a lot of that, right? It's the WordPress installation, it's the theme on top, and it's the plugins. And they just live by themselves, completely separate to the rest of the web. So to visualize that a bit, this is the traditional website, for lack of a better term. The front end is completely powered through WordPress theming, which we're pretty much all used to in this room. Yes, it comes with the benefit of infinite widgets, but we've talked about that now a bit. And it's easy to grow and it's easy to kind of get into. And this has been the success of WordPress. This is why it's gone so far. But a lot of us in this room, I think, are here because we're trying to push our boundaries of what we're able to do and what we're able to offer our clients or the kind of things we want to build. So the idea, if we think about WordPress differently and simply as a means to create content, for example, and manage content, not necessarily to display it, we can start thinking of WordPress as a publishing platform. Right? So it's not a website builder anymore, it's a publishing platform. Right? It's a place where editors and authors go to manage their content, and then that is displayed through a separate tool, be it the REST API with a JavaScript front end. So Human Made is a company that Tom, Joe, and myself own, and I think we're about 42 humans today around the world. We've done a lot of enterprise work on WordPress, be it for Skype, Airbnb, Greenpeace, so on and so forth. We're always working with WordPress, but we don't really consider ourselves a WordPress company. Right? We stay open-minded. We want to consider ourselves a technology company. So one of the things we've done in that regard is we've organized a Day of REST, which is a one-day conference for the REST API. But I'm not really here to talk about the conference itself, but the website that we built for it is actually it's actually a decoupled website. So it runs WordPress on the background, but the entire front end is React, and that's communicating to WordPress through the REST API. So this is an example of using WordPress as a publishing platform, right? Whereby when you're switching pages, everything just loads instantly, right? So it's just getting grabbed. The data is being grabbed and it's being rendered inside the DOM right there and then. It doesn't have to switch to a page, so it provides a much more seamless experience for the user. So the cool thing about this is that it's available on GitHub, right? So we've completely open sourced it, and that's the reason why I provided this as an example. If you were to look for Human Made and you to look for a Day of REST inside of GitHub, you would then find our repository there, which you can butcher to pieces, use, do whatever you want with. So quite simple in this example. We're really just using custom post types and a lot of the standard WordPress features, and then communicating that through the WordPress REST API to React, to the React front end. So really straightforward. Now, if we go even a step further and try to think of moving the center of gravity away from not the front of the website, not WordPress admin, but even a step further below, we can start thinking of WordPress as an application platform. Right? So this is where the majority of content that's managed is done so in a programmatic fashion. Right? And we don't have editors and authors getting into the website and typing around and using WP admin in a very sort of editorial way. So everything's really pushed a lot further down. So WordPress really becomes, in this case, the engine or the hub for the website, in that it accepts data, receives data, stores the data, and then is able to push it on again through various APIs. Now, an example of this is Happy Tables. Happy Tables, a few of you may be familiar with. We pivoted away from building websites for restaurants to being a platform whereby restaurant technology is unified in a single place. So be it like the point of sale terminal, the reservations, online ordering. For a single restaurant, we try to unify that all in a single place. Now, the way that this takes shape, and one of the first things we did when we created it was a dashboard. So this contains various data from different streams. But what's interesting is that although this is a web view, right, it's something that's rendered in a browser, it doesn't really work like that, because it's something that's on a tablet sitting on a wall inside of a kitchen in a restaurant. Right? So the use case here for WordPress is becoming completely different. right? There's almost no more website. If we want to take that a step further, we also send out emails to the various staff of the restaurant to let them know how they're performing, how their daily sales were, and that's something where there's absolutely no web view at all, right? So like from a theming perspective or anything like that, we don't have that, right? WordPress is the engine that powers these different outputs or these different results that are visualized in different manners. So to map this out, starts to get a bit more complicated, I guess. So we have a lot of data coming from these different sources. We store it inside of WordPress, and then we push it on, be it for React for the front end for the dashboard, or we use Mandrill for transactional emails to handle that side of it. So this is probably it's starting to get as far away as possible from traditional WordPress, I guess. Another example that we've built is Nomad Base. So, oops, let me see if I can go back. I'm in trouble. Yeah, so Nomad Base is a tool to help location-independent professionals or digital nomads, remote workers, to find each other when they're moving around. So it hooks into your social channels like Swarm, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, to figure out, hey, you just checked in somewhere, let's update your location on the map. So what this looks like, this is my travel map. So this is my personal travel map inside of Nomad Base. So I'm Swiss, so this is why it shows Zurich as a center of all things. So it has all that data for the last 3 years, and then also has the data for everyone else. So now I can zoom in, zoom right in on Stockholm and see, okay, these are the other people that are here today. So Milan is here somewhere, Mike's in the room. A bunch of other people. So we've been able to create something like this, which is really a one-page application, which uses React on the front end, and again, uses WordPress on the back end. Here, what's quite interesting is that we also shoot out the information that we store inside of WordPress to other places. So it goes out to Slack, and it also goes to React Native because we're building an iOS app for it now. For Nomad Base itself, because it's much easier to grab data from a phone than it is to try and grab it from all these different locations. Another interesting use case I saw for WordPress being used in a completely different manner was from the Japanese community. This was Hidetaka, which used Amazon Echo to power his WordPress site somehow. He didn't quite know how to use it, but knowing the Japanese community, this can go a lot of different ways. So we'll see what happens there, right? So these are all cool examples. They're fun to look at and maybe a bit intimidating or daunting if you've never worked with the REST API or you haven't worked a lot with JavaScript. So the question begins is really where do you begin? Where do you start with this kind of stuff? So the first thing I'd say here is learn JavaScript. Right? It's everybody's been saying it for a year now, but we've really come to that point where knowing JavaScript, if you're a developer, is fundamental. It's the language of the browser. It's how we create a lot of compelling experiences. If you're a non-developer, it's just important to know what JavaScript is capable of. Right? So even if you're not a developer, you can't just say, "Oh, I don't know about this language stuff." You kind of do have to know, just to understand what it's capable of. And on that same note, the second challenge I put forward is to really start with the end in mind. When looking forward or looking towards new WordPress projects or any other sort of web projects that you're doing, and not really the limitations of the tool. So this comes back to the idea that WordPress, in itself, has these perceptions of how we're supposed to use it. It has the widgets, it has sidebar.php, it has the navigation, it has the customizer. There's various funnels that maybe push our way or sort of convince us to build a website in a certain way, which is maybe not the right thing to do. Maybe a website only really needs one sort of interactive element, and we need to do that one thing, but do it really, really well, as opposed to do a lot of different things and kind of just fill the website, right? And the last challenge I have for you is to make WordPress invisible, or at least to try. Try a project here or there to see, can I build something that is just very, very different. And in this case, this is our Slack integration for Nomad base. So now I type in, where is Noel? And Noel was last seen in Stockholm, so that works quite well. Mike created this, so he'll be speaking here today, and Mike's probably around here somewhere. But it's really cool because you push WordPress, far enough down the stack that it's not visible on the front end, and it's not visible on WP admin because no one uses it. So it really becomes that engine behind larger ideas. So if you can take one thing away, from this talk today, it's really that it's not only about working inside of the WordPress ecosystem, right? But understanding that WordPress is but just one component in a much larger industry that is growing in so many beautiful ways, right? Like this event in itself is already symbolic of that because we're part of a much larger conference. So, if there's anything you could do, I guess it's really, or think of, is that WordPress in itself doesn't need to change, right? But it's the way that we use it that does. Thank you. All right, I have time for questions.
Yes.
I sped up.
So we need a runner again.
I can't see anything from here.
So do we have any questions from the audience? No questions?
I can't see.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll have a quick break, and then at 11:30 we'll have Erik Bernhold with content marketing done right for everybody. Big round of applause for Noel. So let's welcome Erik Bernsköld with Content Marketing Done Right for Everybody.
All right, good morning, everyone. Everyone doing good? That was a bit quiet. Is anyone in here? Oh, thank you. Very brilliant. So I'm going to be talking about content marketing, which, interestingly enough, this slide is pretty much the only one where you're ever going to see WordPress in the next 25 minutes. But content marketing is fundamental to what we're doing in WordPress. Content marketing is one of the ways in which we can actually achieve some pretty brilliant marketing and use WordPress to power it. So my guess is more than half of you are going to be engaged in content marketing in one way or another. How many of you blog? Even once? That's pretty much the majority of the room in here. So great, almost everyone in here is doing content marketing already. Perfect. But there are a lot of things that you could do to do it better. And there are a few simple things that you could really do to make it infinitely better. And that's what I'm going to focus on today. Before I get into that, who am I then? My name is Erik Bernsköld, and I'm a digital strategist, consultant, speaker, economist, and businessman. What I do on a daily basis is I'm a digital strategist, which means I work with businesses to help bring their entire digital portfolio together, whether it be business strategy, whether it's building a website that fulfills some interesting business use, coupling together systems with integrations, or creating beautiful design. And I do that as managing director of Bernsköld Media. And we're a global full-service boutique digital agency. And basically, that's what we do all day. So whether it's business strategy, website building, integration building, or anything you can think about, that's what we do. And interestingly enough, of course, we also do our content marketing. So what then is content marketing really done right? Well, you see, what's interesting about content marketing is everyone can do it. Almost everyone can do content marketing, and almost everyone is doing content marketing as well. But how many of you are seeing great results from all of your posts that you publish? Or are you just publishing? There are actually over 3 million blog posts that are published every single day. Can you believe that number? Over 3 million. And this is a bit of an unsure margin, because we can count. Part of the stat comes from WordPress.com, which are seeing close to 2 million posts published every day. 2 million just on WordPress.com. And then we got .org, and we've got all the other content that's being published. So when you post your fantastic, beautifully crafted article, you're competing with 1,999,999 other posts that day, or even 2,999,999 posts. How does that make you feel? Excited? Scary? So of course we want to do this right, and we want to use the tricks we have to do it even better. Starting to blog is really, really easy. It's easy for us to get started. And you might argue with me saying, oh, well, coming up with a topic, that's pretty tricky. I can sit down and I think I'm going to do a great blog post today, and then you sit down, start writing, it's like writer's block. I can't think of a title, I can't think of anything to write. But that's really not the tricky part. The tricky part is actually nailing it. It's easy to publish a post, but it's really tricky to make it effective. How many of you who raised your hands to I'm blogging or I've published a blog post can also answer to the fact that I quit blogging. I didn't have the time. It didn't feel good after a while. Right? How many restarted again? How many quit again, restarted again? I'm seeing people waving at me, so yes. So the thing here is, it's really easy to get started, but it's really, really difficult to follow through. And how many of you quit because you didn't see the results you wanted from your blog posts? It can be tricky to gain that following, how to gain the actual marketing efforts and the statistics and success that you need for this to really be excellent and good. And that's why content marketing sometimes gets a bit of a bad rep. So fundamentally, content marketing is about actually persuading people to buy via content. So we all know a salesman calls us up on the phone and says, hey, I'd like you to, this is our company, please listen to me while I pitch us. Right? And all we do is say, oh, not again, just hang up the phone. So, of course, content marketing has come along and said, well, if we publish a lot of great articles and we show that we're experts in the field that we're doing, then, of course, at the end of the day, people are going to think that we're the excellent party and they're going to buy from us. But you know what's missing in that equation? It's perfect. It's a perfect world. But we actually have to get through the noise, the other 2,999,999 posts that day, to actually be seen constantly and frequently, and that's really tricky. I'm going to focus on 3 key areas, and that's because we don't have a lot of time today. So I'm going to focus on 3 key areas. It's conversion, it's reach, and it's analytics. I'm going to talk to you and explain a couple of points in each of these areas that can really, really help you, that people are most fundamentally missing. So let's start out by conversion. Conversion is basically defined. It's something, when a user does something on a page that's favorable to us, that's a conversion. This can be purchasing something. It'll be signing up for our email newsletter. It might even be submitting a contact form, becoming a lead to our business. It could even be as simple as clicking a button somewhere that leads us to a page where they read something. That could be a conversion. It's really broadly defined. And of course, conversion is why we're doing this. If people don't convert, as we say, then why are we publishing the content? Sure, it's nice to write. Sure, it's nice that people read what we have to say. But at the end of the day, we actually want people to do something. And the creating engagement part is, I think, the crucial aspect to conversion. We need to create an engagement with the readers. They need to feel involved in what we're writing, and they need to feel that we're really including them in the process. And the best way to do that is clear copywriting. Now, you might wonder, why isn't copywriting a whole area in of itself? Because it's called content marketing, copywriting must be the most important part. Well, it is a part. And it's the bare necessity when you post and publish blog posts. If you don't have clear copywriting, if it isn't easy to read, then everything falls apart. You might think, well, I'm not a great writer, so shouldn't I do content marketing then? Well, yes, you should absolutely do content marketing. It's not about writing the next great prose of the world. It's not winning the Nobel Prize in literature, but it's about writing in a clear language. If I'm writing in English, make sure it is good English. No spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes. Now, this might be something you take for granted, but you often see these mediocre articles being passed off, where just a simple editorial process would have saved them a lot of agony and would have helped the results much better. Because if I have an article which someone or a majority of people judge as not being qualitative enough, it's not of as good quality as it should be, then that's going to reflect on me, my personal brand, and the business brand as well. And who wants that effort of actually writing an article to be hindered by the quality of the writing itself? And the other thing is, of course, learn to love your headings and headlines. It's really important. We scan on the web today. There's no surprise that we scan on the web today. And our headings and headlines on the pages enables the reader to actually understand what we're saying. You could probably skip half of the article for most people who are just going to summarize and structurally read to see if you have something interesting to say. And then maybe if you do have something interesting to say, they're going to go into it. Now, something I'd say a majority of people, when they design blogs and they design news portals and they design content that's going to be published on a regular schedule, is they're missing to point to other articles. Now, if I don't point to other articles, how do I expect someone to be able to find my posts, right? It can't be done. So if I've gone through all the difficulties and problems to find a reader who's interested in my post, aren't the chances pretty high that this reader is interested in other things I have to say as well? I think so. So point to other articles. Use internal linking. Now, someone in the SEO industry might put up their hands now and say, well, too much internal linking might be bad for SEO. Screw SEO right now. This is not for SEO purposes. This is for visitors, and that's why we do it. If we have keywords and vital words and phrases that are linked to other relevant pages on our site, whether it be pages, blog posts, whatever, that's going to create added value for the visitor, and we're going to engage them longer. They're going to stay on our site longer. They're going to trust us more and be more compelled to buy our services, and that is really where the key to content marketing is. It's not something we do with one article. So calls to actions for articles is absolutely necessary and should definitely not be forgotten. But what should also not be forgotten, of course, is call to actions for businesses as well. What do I mean by a call to action for businesses? Well, a call to action, of course, is going somewhere, doing something. And if I said have them to other articles, well, why shouldn't we have them for business as well? So if I'm selling something, intertwine in the blog post, add it at the end, add it in the side, whatever your layout permits, but we should make it easy for that user to go through and purchase or become a lead or whatever our conversion goal is. Remember, all we're using these articles for is trying to persuade the potential customer and the visitor to trust us enough to buy from us. So part one is, why should we make it difficult for him or her to become interested in our company? That is, point to other articles so that they can start trusting us. And the second part, of course, is when they're ready to become a customer, why shouldn't they be easily able to become a customer? Place calls to actions everywhere and use them often, especially in your posts. Don't forget it. So the second part here is about reach. Now, conversion is brilliant. And if you don't get the conversion right, you're basically not going to be able to do all of these other things anyway, because it's going to be useless. But if we don't have reach, we're not going to get any people visiting our posts and seeing our posts. And if we don't have people seeing our posts, of course, we're not going to get any conversions anyway. So it's a bit of a moment 22 here. It's difficult. But when it comes to reach, we could talk for hours on this topic as well. But unfortunately, I don't have hours for this today. Remember your titles and remember the idea of long-tail keywords in SEO. Now, for those of you who are a bit unsure of what long-tail keywords are, it's basically a longer search phrase. You can say pretty much any search phrase starting with, how do I do X, Y, Z? That's going to be a pretty long-tail search. It's not that simple one keyword, but it's multiple keywords in line. Use these because that's where you're, at the end of the day, going to get the majority of your traffic to your articles. It's going to be really easy to get up there in search engines for these phrases if you just remember to do a little bit of research before you phrase that title, so you can be sure that the title actually matches with the keywords that people are searching for. And here's the kicker. How many of you publish a blog post and then leave it, never to revisit it again? How many have done that? Right? It's easy to publish something, as I said. It's difficult to maximize it. Now, what about your one-year-old article on long-tail keywords and how to use them? Is that still relevant today? Absolutely is. So why aren't we pushing it today? Right? It's an interesting question because we fail almost always to maximize the old content that we have in our archives. And unless you're a news organization posting timely articles, this is really critical that you do. And you can do that through a number of methods. For reposting on social media, you could use either of these tools, for example. One's CoSchedule, which is a content scheduler. A separate third-party app that lets you post to Facebook, Twitter, wherever, keep track of your blog posts, but it also lets you automatically fill up your social queues with archived content. Meet Edgar's doing pretty much the same in a slightly different way, but they're two tools to help you automatically reuse all of the post archives that you have, so that you can actually continue to share and promote the content that you've written. You can make that content work for you in more ways than just ranking somewhere in an SEO keyword. And that's, of course, really vital and critical. Now, just keep in mind that you might have some timely content. So don't do what I did, put all your content in here without looking almost twice, and then be surprised when now at the end of 2016, the article Web Design Trends that are coming up in 2016 gets published. You actually have to look through your archives and find those one or two timely posts that may not be interesting 2 years from now. What you could get there is, however, a content idea. Maybe it's time to do that follow-up, actually. Now, the final part, and the interesting part here, is about analytics. And that is also really important, because what we have is we have the possibility today to actually be able to track everything that we're doing. And that's really exciting. And we've been saying this for years, of course, but we're still not taking full advantage of it. How many of you are in Google Analytics every single week tracking how your blogs and blog posts, your content, your website is performing? Maybe 3 or 4 people, as far as I can see, in this room are saying they track it that often. So why aren't you? Well, it takes time. We simply don't build that routine. Now, there are 3 metrics that I think you should focus on to really create the engagement for your content and really have it work for you. And the first one is traffic sources, second, content success, and the third, campaign success. We're going to be tracking each 3. So the first one, traffic sources, essentially is all about what medium is working for us. Is Facebook referring to us, Twitter, another website, right? We need to track and see from which source is our traffic coming from. And the second is, of course, which content is doing well. Is the post about web design trends 2016 doing really well? Is the post about APIs doing really poorly? Evaluate the topics that seem to get the most traffic. And once you know that, you can craft your way into some sort of editorial schedule and calendar and be a bit wiser to what you're publishing instead of randomly figuring out topics. And then, of course, the third one, campaign success. The important part here is to see what method of getting your traffic is working, be it my campaign of reposting my old content is working really well for me because that's driving a lot of traffic. Right? You want to be able to evaluate. So I'm saying you should repost your old content. Then maybe you figure out, well, that actually worked really, really well, and I have the stats to back it up. But since this is partly what works for you and what works for your specific use case, tracking it is, of course, vital to your content marketing success. So the more you track, the better off you're going to be. And we do this using campaign tracking. And we use campaign tracking in Google Analytics, and this is where I've had the example from. And in Google Analytics, we use UTM tags, where we specify simply in plain text, what's going to show up in Google Analytics for campaigns, for sources, for traffic. And now, most of us don't use this when we're sharing content. We really should be building that into our routines because that is what allows us to track these 3 parts that I've been talking about so far. So what I'm going to leave you with in analytics is a lean analytics model. If you're interested, there are a great many books on the subject. One titled this exact phrase, lean analytics, which I invite you to read. It's about startup, but it's highly relevant for every type of analytics scenario. And this is sort of the lean analytics model, which we're going to just adapt to website use. So we start at 12 o'clock. We have an idea, which we, in essence, build, i.e. we try it, we write a post. We get a result, we get a product, we get an article, whatever we get, and we then measure the performance of that. We measure to see how our idea is performing. And then we get data from that, we learn from that, and we get another idea, which we build, which turns into a product, which we measure. And the quicker we can spin this around, the quicker we can spin this lean analytics cycle and model around, the better we're going to be performing. And the quicker we can spin this around relative to our competitors, the greater of an advantage we're going to get in relation to them. So this is why it's really critical to adapt this mindset. It's not just about analyzing our posts, say go into Google Analytics once every week. It's about actually doing something with the data, continuing this circle, and doing it as quickly as possible. So we've been talking about these 3 key areas. Now there's a lot more to say about conversion, about how to optimize content pages for conversion, for reach, for analytics. But I think these items that I've been talking to you today about, they really represent some key areas that people aren't really doing right now, i.e. forgetting about their content and not actually fully immersing themselves in strategy for content marketing. When they're saying, oh, we're going to do content marketing, we're going to publish a post every week, and that's about it. Or maybe we're going to post it to our Facebook page as well, or maybe Twitter as well, right? That is content marketing. But take these other strategies and actually focus on these 3 key areas, and you can actually have those posts performing and working much better for you. So that's what I believe is definitely going to lead you more to content marketing success if you do it. So spend some time on your conversion, spend some time on the reach, get them SEO optimized, and then of course follow up with analytics and continue to be improving. Now, if you'd like to read more about these things or other topics revolving digital strategy, feel free to check out. I write every week, hey, content marketing, didn't I tell you? Can also be done from a stage at a conference about this at the Burn School Media Academy at the link right there. So with that, thank you very much for coming to the session here today, to WordCamp. I hope you are going to have a really great day. Now, after me here on the stage, which is going to be in about 9 minutes, awesome to get a little extra time to stretch your legs, right? That is going to be, if you're interested in WordPress for big media, you're going to want to remain in this room. But if you feel that advanced techniques for testing, updating WordPress core and plugins is really more your thing, you're going to want to head over to the bar area. And that's all going to be starting in 7-ish minutes. So with that, thank you very much for coming here today. If you have any questions, I'm going to be around during the day. So just grab me and say, hey, I want to talk about something. And enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Bra. let's welcome Daniel Westall with Set the Controls for the Heart of the Sun, Customizing WordPress for Big Media. Round of applause.
Hi, everybody. So today I'm going to talk about setting controls for the heart of the sun, customizing WordPress for big media. I won't read my slides line for line, I promise. So about me, I'm Daniel Westall. I'm a WordPress developer at Human Made. So what is The Sun? The Sun's one of the UK's largest publications by readership. You can think of them as a UK version of, I'm not going to try and pronounce that, but they're very similar in audience they focus for and content they produce. So this is the typical homepage for The Sun, very recent development. Now, The Sun are owned by a company called News Corp. Who's heard of News Corp here? Oh, that's good. So, in case you haven't, News Corp is one of the world's biggest media publications. They own properties like the Wall Street Journal, and of course The Sun, and many other properties. So why would a company like News Corp be interested in WordPress using that as a platform? WordPress is a mature platform. Who here has seen a talk by John Blackburn regarding mature WordPress? Okay, quite a few of you haven't. I'd recommend you go watch that talk. I'm going to include a link in my slides and they'll be posted after the presentation. It's a great talk and it goes into quite a bit of detail about why WordPress is now can be considered a mature platform and where it will go from here. So in choosing WordPress to be their platform for some of their biggest publications, they've set out a set of goals. Now, if you're a media organization like them, one of those goals is to get news out fast. And for that, you need a great editorial experience. They need to be able to present the content quickly. They need to be able to present it how they feel their readership will best digest it. So looking at past iterations of their own CMS, they came up with a list of problems. Now, these were the three main ones. A publishing delay. If you're breaking news, no one wants to wait 15 minutes for the news to be shown on a website. Not from an editor going, we're going to publish this story, and then we're going to wait for the viewership to get in and read it. 15 minutes is unacceptable in today's world where they're competing with Twitter and other platforms that are close to instantaneous. New features were hard to develop. They had a monolithic Java system, and that had some time delay for new features. If they wanted a new feature to experiment with their readership, that was very hard to develop in a timely manner. Something that they could measure. It created long tails. By the time they'd thought about the feature and actually developed it, time had moved on, it was no longer relevant. And the last one, but probably the biggest, is an unfriendly editing UI. Who here uses, well, I imagine everybody uses WordPress admin. We all take it for granted that WordPress's admin user interface is amazing. We've all used custom CMSs, we've all tried other alternative CMSs, but the UI that WordPress has for admin is probably industry leading at this point. From accessibility down to iconography and meta panels, it's flexible. So with that and several other problems, they come up with 7 big requirements. The first problem being no abstraction. So what do I mean about no abstraction? No text boxes. They don't want to be removed from the content they're editing. They don't want to put in a bit of text and then somewhere else, it appears. Every step you take, you remove an editorial person from that content, it loses some focus. So with this, we come up with a solution, Customizer. Now, Customizer has been in WordPress since 3.7. It's a very different experience. It happens on the live site. You can give a preview. And this is the best way, with no abstraction, to show what the editors are doing. So this is what the site looks like in Customizer. We have a selection of articles that reporters have input, and then we have the actual page itself with its current layout, current news articles, and whichever they've focused on. And then they can move forward and edit this. Second requirement, they need to see what the public sees. How often has anybody heard, well, it works fine on my machine? That was one of their pet peeves. We didn't want to build a separate rendering solution. With the theme, we had a theme, we should use it. It's a single point of contact for the customizer to use. There's no separate rendering engine. We are using what the user sees. And that was very important for the editorial. So when this project was first envisioned, the new theme for the sun, as I showed earlier, was already 90% complete. Now, you don't just go away throwing 90% complete themes, especially for a site as large as the sun away. It just wouldn't make any sense. So we had to come up with a solution that enabled us to work with the theme in a way that we didn't have to rewrite it. We didn't have to switch to Moustache or any other dual rendering template system. So solution for that was Ajax for template parts. Now, the theme was already broken up very well. Everything was contextual in the templates parts folder, all the teasers. So leveraging that, it allows us, or allows an editor to edit the page. So they can bring in some content, create a new block. So here, we select the article they want, place it in a block. Now that does an Ajax callback, renders a template, and fetches it back and replaces on the page. And from that mechanism, we haven't had to rewrite the theme. We don't need to write a dual rendering template system. It just works. Requirement 4, edit content without meta boxes. Now, this sounds very similar to no abstraction, but by default behavior in Customizer is to give you a text box. You enter some text, and in the preview window, it changes. This is, again, too much abstraction for them. They wanted to actually edit the content. Their design was very integrated into their editorial. They wanted the text returns to be perfect, and for that, you need to see where your text ends. And the best way to do that is to render in inline content and then edit it inline as well. So an editor can take their article, edit it, and then change the headline as they see fit. Now, this is all done with HTML5 content flags, and it allows them. We're not doing very complex editing. It's nothing like a WYSIWYG. We're just editing in a single line. We haven't got to write paragraphs or formatting. That would be a much more complex solution. But for a simple line of text, you can edit it with the HTML5, click off, and that text is now done. And then they save the page. Requirement 5, notification of updates to admin UI. So the Sun has a very particular flow. They have an editorial that will sit in the customizer, predominantly for the whole day or their shift. And as new stories come in, they add those stories to a page. And then depending on what type of message they want to craft, they change that. The teaser headlines, they can change the images. Now, when an editor does that, that change has to be reflected back to the admin UI, because more often than not, especially with breaking stories, the content is being edited simultaneously. You have the editor placing it on page, and you have the reporter continually updating it. So we need to let the reporter know that their editor has made headline changes and whether they want to accept it. So how do you fix that problem? Heartbeat API. Who here has worked with the Heartbeat API before? Who here loves the documentation? Yeah. Yeah. So using the Heartbeat API, we piggyback off the post lock-in mechanism. So an editor will go in, update the title. Once he's finished updating it, save the page. We then flag the content with editorial locks. And in using the API, we let the reporter know that whoever's made the change, and then they can accept that change and that will be presented in the meta boxes. This stops race conditions and overwriting of data that the admin editor may have changed. And this was one of the biggest requirements. When you're editing stuff in a customizer, the changes are saved back to the post, or the article in this case. So we need to make a way of reflecting those changes. Requirement 6, add new parts to the page. So the Sun deals with a very large page. It's about 80 articles last time I counted. And as new content comes in, they need to be able to add blocks, add articles. They have Rails, which are another concept. So I'm going to walk you through how we break these down, what they look like, and then how the editor can go about adding these contents and increasing the size of the page. So a block contains articles, and each article has a certain number of sizes. So here we have highlighted of a small teaser. We have a block, which obviously contains those teasers. And then Rails sits somewhat outside this. They are a separate entity, usually automatically generated from a taxonomy. And they're just a collection of interesting stories. I mean, for this one, I believe it's Chelsea stories. And then the editor can add these to a page. So we add a new block. We select the format. They have multiple formats. And then they select what articles they would like to place in that block. And using that tool, they've created a full content block. Now, at this point, they want to create a rail to go underneath. So we add a new block. We change that block to a rail type. And then we have multiple different types of rails. So in this case, we're going to select Chelsea, and we're going to drop that into the block. Now, you may have noticed blocks are not actually rendered in Customizer. That's because they're not changeable by the editorial team. Not yet. At this point, refresh the page, and we have our content block, and we have our rail. Requirement number 7. Need a workspace with persistence. Now, if you're dealing with 7, well, more than 7, if you're dealing with 80 articles, hold on, there we go. If you're dealing with 80 articles, you need a place to work with the articles. You're going to get multiple stories throughout the day. You need to be able to move the page around, give it some breathing space, give yourself some work room. Because if you've got 80 slots and they're all filled, you need a way to do it. So we come up with 3 solutions for reflowing a page: clipboard, cascade, and teaser states. So we're going to talk you through that. So if an editor goes to make changes to an article in the headline and then moves it to clipboard, they don't want to lose those changes. They're dealing with hundreds of articles a day. It needs to stay. So it goes into clipboard. They keep the changes. They can add a new block to give them some room, and then move that teaser into that block. And as we can see here, the changes will have been kept. Now, if they're not happy with that flow, they can then move it again with a tool called Cascade, which is basically a permanent replace. So you place one, you pick up one. You place one, you pick up one. And then they've reflowed the page. And then if not happy with that block, they get the option to delete it. So how does all this tie together under the hood? We have a DOM layer, and we make changes to that DOM layer, very simply. If we have a new teaser, we place a new teaser into the DOM. At that point, events are triggered, and we go through the DOM, read the order as the DOM is presented, and from that, generate a JSON blob. Now, that JSON blob is very descriptive. It contains stuff like divs, their classes, what's within columns, their objects that are in columns, whether it's a teaser, a rail, or other. And with that, we can build the page. And we save that via Customizer save settings down to the database. Now, who's heard of the acronym CRUD as developers? OK, so not everybody. So that's your standard CRUD is create, read, update, and delete. Now, everybody does that. You do it in the admin UI. When you create a post, a person on the front side can read it, or the person that's created it. You can then delete it, and you can also update it. It's a very standard for pretty much every web app. With the Sun, we skew this somewhat. We get rid of update and delete. So as changes are made to a page, we create a new JSON blob. We then save that back down. We never ever do try to change the JSON blob itself. We just manipulate the DOM, create a JSON blob to record that, save it down. Once we come up with a new layout, new JSON blob, saved. We never tried doing a diff on the JSON. One, there's a few reasons. One, this was deemed the simplest one because we're not dealing with a JavaScript rendering engine. And two, time frame. The whole site, plus editorial layout editor tools, was done within 6 months. So not having to do an update and the diffs and necessary complication that brings, transversal, swapping, very much quicker method. And delete. We never delete layouts. We just literally update the value. So wrapping up, these are just one of the many tools that big media demand. They need flexible ways of presenting their content. That is the one key that you can take away from this. They will need individuality. They're not happy with an archive page that automatically generates anymore. They want to be able to edit that story and make it suitable for their readership. So that's it for this one. Questions?
Great. Thank you, Daniel. How about a big round of applause to start with? Do I have any questions from the audience? Here's one. Do we have a runner?
Hi, thank you for the talk. Very interesting stuff. Can we hope to get any of that stuff that you did there at open source?
Maybe one day.
Thanks.
I'm wondering, how do you handle media?
Media? So an editor can change the images. If we go back to have a... So these images that they're presented with, they're all uploaded. They have different sizes, but they can change those. If we go back a bit further. So in here we have the different content types on this side. We have the articles as they come in, images, the clipboard. Now with images, they can actually replace those on the fly. They select an image, they drop it onto a teaser, and that teaser accepts that image, and that's changed. It depends on sizes. It's persistent based on its size it takes. So if I change the tool image, the portrait, and then move it into a landscape image, it won't take that change with it. It remembers it if you do move it back to that type of slot, but the image is dependent on slot, and they can change that as well.
How do you manage? I mean, there must be thousands and thousands and thousands of images.
Mm-hmm.
How do you manage that? And how do you go about with like duplicates and just the sheer amount of it?
Yeah, they have so they have a particular workflow with images with some custom functionality. Images need to be credited. Who here has worked at some place, naming no names, that will just pull a Google image off Google, hope its copyright license is correct, and post that on an article? Hands up. I think, okay, a few. But somewhere like the Sun, images need to be credited, they need to be licensed, and they need a way of tracking this. So traditionally what happens is the image desk will come up with an image, and then that will be uploaded to the admin on that article. So when it's uploaded, it takes some metadata out of that image and puts it into the meta for that attachment. And that way they have a way of referencing what's been used. In terms of scalability, they have a fair size image, but duplicates sometimes happen. It's a complicated workflow when it comes to images. So sometimes they can be destructive, but not normally.
Okay. we have any more questions from the audience? So how do you go about if there's multiple editors changing this? Does stuff break, or is that the thing that you're doing with the Heartbeat API?
So the changes that an editor makes are reflected back to the admin user interface, but we've extended when two people try to edit a post, you get a lock-in screen. We've extended that mechanism to Customizer. So two editorials can't be on the same page, changing a layout. A lock will kick in, and it will notify the person who else is on this page. And they can also boot that user out and say, like, I'll take over this page, goodbye. They get the option for that as well.
What was the hardest thing about this project?
Probably the Meta API. So when an editorial makes changes in line, reflecting that back to the admin UI can have some unintended side effects, because you're no longer dealing with your standard flow. It can become bidirectional. So there can be some unforeseen circumstances, and it requires a lot of testing to get it through. A well-defined scope as well can help tremendously when dealing with that.
Yeah. Thank you. So, quick reminder, everyone, you should go grab your swag. It's in bar 5. We've got a lot of T-shirts and other cool stuff that you should grab and wear. And also, there are still some room in the contribution day tomorrow. So look up Marcus. Yeah, he's not here. But look him up or any other of the volunteers, and they'll help you out. And we'll take a quick break a long break for lunch, and we'll be back here later. Thank you.
Välkomna tillbaka.
Hoppas att lunchen räckte. Ja,
att det smakade bra.
Att ni fick i er någonting så ni orkar hela eftermiddagen också. Vi har en keynote kvar på årets internetdagarna. Och vi har ytterligare en person som ska prata om hur vi kan använda internet till att göra världen bättre. För det är ju det vi alla vill, tror jag. I alla fall vill jag det. Jag tror att ni också vill det. Erica Baker jobbar på Slack Technologies. Hon är inte ett företag, men det är ett företag som gör en kommunikationsmjukvara som har blivit väldigt populär och tagit världen med storm. Hon kommer prata om hur vi kan använda sociala medier och internet för att vara lite snällare mot varandra. Please welcome on stage Erica Baker.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. This is probably the coolest conference I've ever attended, ever. The internet, or the video game theme is just amazing. So, hello, my name is Erica Joy Baker. I am a senior engineer at Slack Technologies, Inc. I am the co-founder of Project Include. I'm a member of the Girl Develop It Board of Directors. I'm a member of the Atypica Advisory Board. And I'm a member of Barbie's Global Advisory Council. Yeah, it's kind of cool. But more importantly, right now, I'm very scared. I have to tell you that I was planning on giving a completely different talk when I came here. About a month ago, I had my slides all ready. I was ready to go. I was going to talk about diversity and inclusion, because that's my thing. But on November 8th, there was an election in the United States. And despite all polling and discussion to the contrary, a fascist won the election. A demagogue won the presidential election. A hero to bigots everywhere, who is right now appointing white supremacists after white nationalists after white supremacists to his cabinet, won the election. And so I cannot, in good conscience, stand up here and give you my well-rehearsed, very polished lines about diversity and inclusion in the tech industry, because while I have the stage, I have to use it to talk about something way more important: saving the world. What we're seeing right now in America, in Europe, all over the world, is the rise of neo-Nazi groups and white supremacy. Now, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a black person. And white supremacists are not really my biggest fan. What's happening has me worried about where I can go on this planet to be safe. And I'm not one to sit idly by and let things happen to me and the people I love and the people I care about. So I figured I need to protect the places that I hold dear. And the internet is one such place. The internet is the place I call home. It is where I spend most of my time. It is my country of residence. Now let me explain that a little bit. I don't really talk about this part of myself online that much. It's not on my website. It's not in the bio that y'all saw on the programs here. It's things that I don't think are relevant, but right now it's important. I've been online for nearly 2 decades. In 1995, I had my first online experience on the web, as we know it today. Prior to that, I played around on Gopher. I don't know if any of y'all remember Gopher, but that was what I used before the dawn of the internet, or the web as we know it today. So I was in my high school library, and 2 of my friends and I were sitting around the computer, the one computer in our library, poking around on the internet, exploring as kids are wont to do. And we got online using this thing called Netscape Navigator. That's might give you an idea of how old I am. And we go to this website called Blues Traveler Chat. And it's something like that. I don't know if that was the exact name, but I remember the Blues Traveler part. Now, mind you, I was no big fan of Blues Traveler. They're a fine band, but I wasn't a huge fan. But somehow, in our exploring, we wound up there. And in Blues Traveler chat, there were a bunch of people, but nobody knew who we were. Nobody knew that I was a 14-year-old black girl in Alaska playing around on the internet for the first time. The only thing that I knew about who those people were the names they chose to give themselves. Fear, Zardox, Tanis, very interesting names. And in those days, it was almost verboten to say who you really were online. This was during a time where folks were worried that if you said who you were, some weirdo from the internet was going to come and find you and get you. P.S. I was probably one of the weirdest people there. And I sure wasn't about to go get anybody because that just took too much energy and effort for a 14-year-old. Anyway, so anytime I went into that chat, and I went many times after that initial experience, I got to have discussions about all manner of things that I wasn't exposed to in Alaska in 1995. This was the days before the widespread use of internet, So in Alaska, which is very separated from the rest of the continental US, we only got what managed to filter its way up. So, some top 40s radio, some stuff on MTV, and that was about it. But the internet gave me this window to experiences that weren't like mine. I learned what life was like for a young white man who lived an entire continent away in the deep South in Alabama, who had just had a daughter was struggling to raise a family. For no other reason but the internet would I have had any reason to connect with that young man. And we formed a friendship that lasts to this day. In fact, when I leave here tomorrow, I'm going to fly to Alabama, and we're probably going to hang out some. For him and everyone else in that chat room, I was just another person that they talked to. They did not see my skin color. They would not have known my gender if I hadn't told them, because I was a 14-year-old girl and we blab a lot. They just knew my very embarrassing handle that I had chosen at that time, and I'm not going to tell you what it is because 14-year-olds pick terrible things. But we shared ideas. We formed friendships. We had relationships. And I'm not sure that that would happen today in this environment we have on the internet. I like to say that I grew up on the internet. I spent many hours on Ogrish and sent around awful shock videos to my friends because, teenagers. I tried out something awful, but it wasn't for me. There was a time or two when my posts were on the front page of Dig. My Reddit karma is, I think, almost over 9,000. I had passive-aggressive away messages on AIM. I can still make the ICQ uh-oh sound if you give me enough wine. I've run large message boards, and I've played admin for many others for my friends. I've watched social media go from chat rooms spread out all over the internet to more centralized formats, Friendster, MySpace, Facebook, Twitter, Pounce in there somewhere. And I watched it all grow while cataloging my life, at first on my GeoCities page, and then in my live journal, and then on my Zanga, eventually learning how to set up movable type on my own website, getting frustrated with it, and moving on to WordPress. Shout out to WordPress. I've been all over the internet for the last 20 years, and I've watched the internet change and grow. I've watched the internet become, less of a place where you can connect with anyone, no matter who they are and where they're from, but instead, you find people to hate. That pull towards hate, that pull towards being our worst selves online disappoints me because we've been given an opportunity that we're squandering. We have the opportunity that billions of people before us did not have. We have this Tower of Babel we call the internet. We have the opportunity to view those we interact with online as human beings that we could possibly learn from. We have the opportunity to seek out those who are different from us, who believe different things from us, both online and off, and try to learn from them. Try to understand their experiences to try to figure out what it's like to be in their shoes. Unlike those before us, we have the opportunity to view the world through a different lens. And it seems like we're squandering that opportunity and going the opposite direction instead. that we're trying to understand, or that we're not trying to understand what other people are experiencing, that we're not trying to figure out what life is like in their shoes. We're not going outside of our well-known paths. We're not going outside of our safe places. Very few of us are going to where other people are. And there is no more important time to fix that as we enter this time of what looks like it's going to be intolerance on a global scale. From what I see in the US, from what I see happening in the UK, and in France, and in Sweden, I think we have good reason to be worried about a large-scale campaign of intolerance at best and global ethnic cleansing at worst. Now, some of y'all might think that's going a bit far, but what we've seen in the US with the election, what the UK saw with Brexit, what France is seeing with Marine Le Pen, should be frightening. White nationalist groups in the US and abroad have not been afraid of saying that they would like to see people who aren't white killed en masse. Those who are anti-black, or anti-gay, or anti-Muslim, or anti-Jewish, or anti-Armenian, or anti-Roma, anti-anything that's not like them, want to see people who aren't like them gone. In fact, right now we are seeing so many things that are parallel to the rise of Hitler in Nazi Germany that I'm kind of amazed that you're all able to sit in your seats and be very calm right now. I don't know about you, but I worry about the future of humanity. I would have thought that we learned our lesson in 1933. I would have thought that the world would move forward from that level of intolerance. I would have thought that even a hint at this level of intolerance, at a hint at Nazism, at a hint at the rise of white supremacy, would have caused an immune response in the world, wherein the good people of the world said, we're not having that, and cured the world of its infection. Instead, we have allowed it to grow like a cancer, much of it fueled by what happens online today. The numerous accounts on social media that don't say, I want to understand what life is like for other people, that don't say, I want to see what life looks like through someone else's eyes, that don't say, I want to make new friends who aren't like me, and instead target the people who aren't like them, mocking them, harassing them, threatening them, doxing them, telling them to kill themselves. Those people, those accounts online going unchecked are the ones who have let this cancer spread, who have helped this cancer to spread. And it is important for us to acknowledge the role that the tone and tenor of the interactions on the internet of late have had on shaping the tone and tenor of the global conversation. We have had a part in this, all of us. And it is up to us to do our part to end it. It is up to us to say we will not be part of the intolerance. It is up to us to say that we will not be part of the hate. That we will look at people who are not like us and say, I want to learn from you. That we will look at people not like us and say, you have a story that is different from mine and that is interesting and you are valuable. Now, thank you. I want you to look around this room and see how many faces you see that are faces you don't know. Just take a quick look around, see what people you don't know in this room. What is your reaction to those people, to those faces that you don't know? Do you think, I want to hate that person? Do you think it's okay to start yelling things at that person? Or is your reaction neutral, like, that's not a human being? And how many of you so far have met someone today that you didn't know before and found them interesting? Show of hands. Totally. So for those people you met, did you first ask what their politics were? Did you inquire about the gender of the person or persons that they love romantically? Probably not. It's not relevant. Now think about what your interactions with those same people would have been like if you'd met them online. In the current climate, if you found this person online, on Twitter, or wherever you'd like to go on the internet, you would have seen one thing that they said out of the entire person that they are. Maybe they talked about their religion. Maybe they shared a picture of them and their girlfriend and their boyfriend. Maybe they said that they wanted Syrian refugees to be safe because being safe is a human right that should be given to all. You find that one thing and you engage on that one thing, and maybe even say something rude or completely write that person off because they don't share that one same view as you. But if you did that, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to know the person that you got to know here and found them cool and interesting. You wouldn't have gotten a chance to know that maybe they're coming to this conference in Sweden in November. I think that's an important thing for all of us to remember, that every account online, modulo the bots, represents a person, just like the people you've met here today. They are not two-dimensional avatars. They are living, breathing, complex human beings, just like you are. Every one of us are fascinating mosaics of feelings, of thoughts, of aspirations, of desires that don't conform to any stereotypes that people have about any group of people. We are all very complex people, and it is important for us to remember that in every conversation and try to engage as though we are talking to another complex human being, and in doing so, behave like decent human beings. Now, a lot of folks have been talking about evil lately, about how the people who are rising to power now are like Voldemort or Palpatine, and comparing their followers to Death Eaters and the Sith. And I disagree with that. I don't really believe that a vast majority of the people in this world are evil. That's not a worldview that I can get behind. But what I do believe is that we are all flawed. Every single human being in this world is flawed. Quick show of hands. Who in here believes themselves to be perfect? Right. Because we are all flawed. And for some reason, we are using the internet to amplify our flaws. And we are also using the internet to amplify the flaws of others in ways that are having ripple effects worldwide. We're using the internet to vent our anger, to exploit the weaknesses of others, to poke at sensitive spots to hurt one another. And why? Why aren't we using the internet to build and amplify our strengths? To build and amplify what's good about one another? To demonstrate that though we may be different, we are all good human beings who can treat others the same way. Now, this is going to get weird. I want you to do a bit of an exercise here. If you can, I want you to find someone that you don't know here, and I want you to talk to them right now, near you, or behind you, to your side, and ask them questions. Ask them what they're passionate about. Ask them what's most interesting about them. I want you to ask them what their greatest strength is, or maybe what their dreams are, or what they're scared of. And maybe you don't have to ask all of those, because that might take a while, and we have a very short amount of time. But maybe ask one or two of those. And I'll give you a few minutes. I really want you to ask people around you those questions. Great. Okay. Wow. Okay, I'm going to give y'all another 30 seconds or so to wrap up. All right. Now, I'm sure at this point you learned something about the stranger sitting next to you. I'm sure you know more about that stranger than you do about most people that you interact with online. And I'm asking this of you, and I'm asking you to tell this to everyone you know, both online and off. Waiting for my slides to move. When you first encounter someone online, instead of leading with fear because you don't know them, or disdain because you might not agree with one thing they said, or rudeness because you've forgotten that they too are a human being, lead with curiosity, because this is a new person to know. Lead with the questions that you just asked the person sitting next to you. Go into the conversation with the idea that this person, this human being who has value that you are talking to, is passionate about something, scared about something, has dreams about something, that they love something, and that the most important thing for you in that moment is to find out what those things are. I hope that in the future, that in the very near future, that all of us can put these ideas into practice and stand up against hatred. That all of us can stand up against bigotry. That all of us can stand up against xenophobia. That all of us can accept one another. In fact, I think acceptance here is the bare minimum. I think we can go beyond that. I think we can go beyond just acceptance and just tolerance. And I think we can get to a place where we all treat each other as human beings, because that's what we all are. Human beings first. We all bleed the same blood. When you get down to it, all of us have almost identical DNA. There's very little difference between my DNA and any of your DNA. In fact, based on my genetics testing, if you are of UK or Irish descent, we're probably related. We are all mostly the same, with a few important differences. And as alike as we are, it is important for us to celebrate those differences. Because the world would be quite dull if we didn't have any differences, frankly. The fact that someone out there loves someone of the same sex, or wants to spend their life with someone of the same gender, doesn't make them worthy of hatred. That makes them different from you. The fact that someone out there has a different religion than you might does not make them worthy of hatred. The fact that someone chooses to live their life in a way that you wouldn't doesn't make them worthy of hatred. It just makes them different. That makes them interesting. It makes them complex. It makes them a human being who just happens to be just a little bit different from you. And again, the world would be very, very boring if we were all the same. And so here is where I ask you all to do another thing. No more talking to each other this time, though. I ask you to encourage everyone to embrace the differences, to encourage everyone to love the differences they find in others, to encourage yourselves, your family, your friends, everyone to fight back against those that would have you hate, demean, and belittle people who are different from you, to fight back against the notion that those who are different from you are worthy of that hatred, are deserving of being excluded, are deserving of being unsafe, are deserving of being unloved. I want you to fight back against that with everything you have, because it is very important right now. We are approaching a time in human history where we're going to have to prove what humanity is. We're going to have to either prove that humanity is hate, or we're going to have to prove that humanity is love. And I don't know about you, but I'm really hoping that we can stand up and prove that humanity is love. Because if humanity is hate, the human race is not going to last very long. If all we can do is hate each other and the people who share this earth with us, we're not going to be on this earth much longer. Hate leads to wars, and not so many of us will survive the next world war. That president-elect in the United States has very publicly talked about his willingness to use nuclear weapons. And I don't think many people in this room will survive a nuclear war. I know I probably won't. So please, for the sake of the future of the world, embrace love. Pull love from wherever you can get it, from this room, from the people you just talked to today, and then push it out onto the internet. Push happiness that we are different from one another onto the internet. Make the internet a place where everyone is valued, where every background, no matter what it is valued. Where a person who is different, a person who has a different religion, a different sexual orientation, a different gender, wears different clothes, has different skin color, where those differences are important and represent life experiences that we can learn and grow from. Because there has never been, nor will there ever be, a more important time in our lifetimes for us to stand up and say those things are important to us. And if you don't agree with me, if you think that hate is more powerful than love, then I hope that someday someone will love you enough that you learn just how powerful and important love is. Because despite the hate you have for others, you still are worthy of love. So fight against hate. Fight against injustice. Fight against intolerance. Fight against xenophobia. Make the internet the place we want to see the rest of the world be. If we want the world to be a place of love and enthusiastic embrace of everyone else's differences, a place where hate is not the rule, then we need to start at home. If we want to save this world, we need to start where we live, and we live on the internet. My name is Erica Joy Baker. Thank you for listening, and I hope you'll save the world with me. You can find me on Twitter at Erica Joy, or email me at hello@ericabaker.com. Thank you. Thank you.
Stay on for the testament.
Yep, please stay. Thank you.
You get a standing ovation. How about that? I love it. Yes.
Thank you.
You know, Erica, I wanted to talk to you about something. First of all, thank you so much for giving a really heartfelt message. And you're standing in front of our huge heart.
I love the heart. Yeah, it's so cool.
Which, to us, the heart for us symbolizes our love for the internet. But you really brought the heart here also with what is it that we love about the internet. And a lot of people in here share your journey from the very early beginnings before the web and what the internet was like and the feeling of having lost that. Now, I wanted to ask you a question that I know is very controversial in the United States, but less so here. Would you agree with me if I say that the hate seems to stem mostly from men?
It stems a lot from men, but it is not just men. There are women out there. I see the most vitriolic messages from women online as well. A lot of them message me with a lot of vitriol. So while a lot of it comes from men, it also comes from women.
And what do you think, where does this hate come from? I mean, what's the source?
I think it's fear. At least in the discussions that I've had online and what I've seen online, the root of their hate is that they are afraid of what they don't know. They are afraid of the Muslims that are coming to take their jobs. They are afraid of the Syrian immigrants who are going to change their quality of life. They're just afraid of what they don't know. And instead of trying to understand those people, they fear them instead, and that fear projects as hate.
Yeah, and what do you think? It's a question I've asked of almost all the keynote speakers here. What responsibility do you see from the huge internet corporations like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, the companies that actually own a lot of the channels where we talk now? You mentioned ICQ and other earlier protocols, but today so much of the communication is in the hands of these few corporations. What do you feel is their responsibility when it comes to spreading hate or spreading love?
Well, specifically for Twitter and Facebook, because that's where I live mostly, I would see those companies be more stringent in their application of their policies against hate speech, against harassment, against threats. I like Reddit's rule about not doxing people. I feel like other companies can take that and grow with it. But definitely just like stamping out the speech. And for Google, they have this page that people go to at least once a day, several times a day for most people. There is something to be done with their website that could help change the world. If it's just like putting a little sentence underneath the search box that says, you know, Muslims are not trying to take your jobs or something. I don't know. They have a very strong team of PR people who can figure out the wording for that. But they have this stage. They have the internet as their stage, and they can use it to speak just like I did.
Well, thank you so much. We have a little gift for you, a small token of our appreciation, and it's a robot that comes with its own internet heart, and we hope that you get to remind yourselves of us when you come back home, and that you have friends here in Sweden who are now on your crusade against internet hate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Så, var inte rädda.
Nej.
Var snälla.
Ja. Vilket fint budskap att avsluta med för vår del.
Tycker jag.
Ni har en lång och härlig eftermiddag framför er. Det blir kaffe lite senare, men nu får ni alla återvända till era respektive spår.
Tillbaka till era spår, ja. Och sen,
Och gör internet bättre.
Och glöm inte minglet efteråt.
Ja.
Välkomna dit förstås.
Kari? Ja, det var löst. Perfekt. Hej och välkomna. Innan vi börjar så vore det jättekul om ni drog ihop er lite och kom lite närmare, för att om allting funkar med en paneldiskussion så pratar vi med varandra. Inte bara jag och panelen utan ni med. Så ni som sitter ute i kanterna, försök gärna hoppa in. Ni som sitter jättehögt uppe, såvida ni inte är väldigt rädda för att någon ska titta för mycket på er, så kom ner här. Ska ge myt lite mysigt och grejer. Vi ska alldeles strax börja. Ja, alla verkar ha sprungit färdigt. Hej och välkomna. Vi tänkte ha ett litet panelsamtal om WordPress och saker runt omkring WordPress. Och det här är på svenska. This is in Swedish. Om ni inte märkte det. Men om någon har en fråga så skrik ut den då. Det gäller rent generellt. Finns det en fråga så ropa och skrik och hoppa och vifta. Sen kommer jag upprepa frågan till panelen så att det kommer in i all livestreaming och så vidare. Okej, först och främst, viktigast av allt är att... Nej, jag bara skojar. Jag heter Tord D. Hedengren och jag är vd på Odellis och det är jag som ska försöka hålla ordning på det här. Vi får se hur det går. Och eftersom jag är lat så har jag bett det här kära gänget att presentera sig själva. Så varsågod.
Hallå, hej. Jakob heter jag och driver en webbyrå som heter Triggerfish. Vi jobbar uteslutande med WordPress och riktar in oss på ganska stora företag och organisationer med plattformen WordPress bara.
Jag heter Petronella Turesson. Jag jobbar också på en webbyrå som heter Fröjd där jag är digitalrådgivare. Vi jobbar med WordPress bland annat, ska jag säga.
Och jag heter Karin Talliga och jag är frilansare och jobbar själv och gör egna projekt och använder WordPress i att göra hemsidor för mest privatpersoner och mindre företag.
Henrik Lövenhamn, Riksantikvarieämbetet. Så jag är här i beställar- och användarrollen. Vi har haft WordPress både internt och externt sedan 2012.
Så det är gänget vi har till vårt förfogande idag. Jag tänkte börja med dig, Henrik. Berätta varför ni valde WordPress och framförallt kanske till vad?
Ja, men det var 2012 det skulle byggas nya sajter både externt och intranät. Vi vill ju följa open source-spåret så mycket vi kunde. Så det var ju WordPress, Drupal, Joomla. Joomla uppdaterades inte jättemycket då. Men vi satte oss ner och gick igenom verkligen för- och nackdelar med både framförallt Drupal och WordPress. Både med IT, med konsulter, oss själva, användarvänlighet och liknande. Just då var väl Drupal lite svajigt med uppdateringarna, så det blev WordPress av allting. Och där är vi kvar.
Hur mycket jobbar ni med att förbättra och vidareutveckla WordPress och er installation idag?
Det är ett ständigt arbete just nu. Vi hade ett glapp på något år i början där vi inte utvecklade alls, men nu är det en ständig process med små förbättringar hela tiden. Ganska välstrukturerat faktiskt.
Så bygga ett intranät på WordPress, är det en bra idé, Petronella?
Ja, det skulle jag säga.
Varför det?
Det kan vara både en bra och dålig idé. Nej, men vi har ju pratat en del om det här, när väljer man WordPress, när väljer man inte WordPress. Jag ska inte svära i kyrkan här, har jag bestämt mig för, men det är ju, WordPress kan göra en massa olika saker. Det är ett fantastiskt publiceringssystem. Men som sagt, vi väljer ju ibland andra lösningar också. Kanske inte utifrån vad som inte går att göra med WordPress, utan mer utifrån vad behovet är och vad som löser det allra bäst. Men intranät i WordPress, absolut. Jag är för.
För. Hur många här inne är för ett intranät med WordPress? Händer upp. Ska vi säga 70%. Är det någon som vill berätta varför ni inte är för det?
Jag tycker att WordPress är byggt för att sprida saker. Ett intranät är oftast en integration.
Så Andreas Ek här tycker att WordPress är byggt för att sprida saker och att ett intranät är mer slutet. Och vad tycker vi om det? Är det en rimlig fundering, Jakob?
Ja, men det finns ju såklart klart i det du säger, men jag tror att vi märker jättemycket fördomar kring WordPress, att det inte passar som ett intranät. Väldigt, väldigt mycket fördomar ute på marknaden. Och när man kommer in så ibland så passar det inte. Om det är en stark Microsoft-miljö där man ska in med SharePoint eller det finns väldigt mycket Microsoft in, då kanske vi inte rekommenderar. Men normalt sett så passar det ofta. Men Andreas har en poäng där, helt klart. Så är det.
Karin, har du någon gång sagt nej till ett uppdrag för att WordPress är fel?
Jag har väl mest haft turen att jag har haft de små sajterna och det har varit så här, WordPress funkar nog bra. Fast nu börjar det komma att nästan så, om det kanske är lite för komplicerat, beror på lite på tekniska kunskaperna hos kunden. Nästan som man får så här, om du inte riktigt har koll och inte vill att sätta det in så kanske Squarespace är bättre. Men oftast har jag haft folk som var väldigt glada och nyfikna och väldigt gärna vill att jag ska lära dem. De är väldigt så här DIY, hands-on.
Trevligt gäng det där. Hörrni, om vi ska försöka hitta ett läge där man inte ska välja WordPress eftersom det finns ingenting roligare än att svära i kyrkan. Vad skulle det vara? Hur skulle man gå tillväga? Petronella, när säger ni nej?
Jag får sparka på mina kollegor.
Ja, alltså, jag tror inte, jag har inga fasta principer om när det absolut inte passar sig, men det kan ju vara när det liksom ska krävas hög prestanda, du ska ha många integrationer och externa källor och grejer och så. Det kan funka bra med andra lösningar. Vi gör ganska mycket i Django nu, Python-ramverk som funkar ganska bra.
Pitcha Django.
Pitcha Django. Är det verkligen rätt tillfälle?
Absolut.
Nej, men till Django finns det ett ramverk för Python och det finns också CMS-lösningar, både Django och CMS och ett som heter Wagtail som vi använder oss ganska mycket av. Och det kan väl göra i stort sett ganska mycket som också WordPress kan. Men vi har sett att det lämpar sig ganska bra när man bygger mer appiga lösningar och tjänster och sådär.
WordPress har ju numera ett REST-API som vidareutvecklas och förhoppningsvis blir helt färdigt någon gång snart med autentisering och hela köret. Det i sin tur gör ju att det potentiellt blir lättare att integrera lösningar. Är det här någonting som ni tar i åtanke när ni ska tipsa en kund om kör WordPress? Det finns ett API.
Jag kan svara jättesnabbt först att vi har inte använt REST-API från WordPress, men vi har byggt liknande lösningar själva tidigare. Och det är ju så det är jätteintressant. Det är en väldigt intressant utveckling för WordPress generellt. Men vi har inte gett oss på det riktigt än. Kanske någon annan som har gjort det kan.
Men inte vi heller har gjort REST-API ännu. Vi hade mycket diskussioner om det inför den här sessionen. Och vi bygger webbplatser där vi jackar in oss mot andra. Visma, Lundalogik eller någonting. Och de har oftast API-erna för oss, snarare än tvärtom. Men det är framförallt när man bygger en tjänst. Det är först där kanske REST-API kommer in och där är inte alltid WordPress super tillämpat. Men jag tror att du har en del att säga om det här.
Ja,
över till dig, Todd.
Nu ska inte jag hogga panelen, men det fina med REST-API är ju att vi kan koppla ihop saker och ting mycket lättare. Så om till exempel Visma är öppna nog så ni kan skicka och ta emot både och, så blir det ju lättare om det finns ett API som i sin tur talar med ett annat API. Man slipper bygga så mycket mellanlager, man slipper bygga så mycket speciallösningar för att det inte ska tajma ut medan du väntar på data och så vidare. Jag tror REST-API kommer bli jättestort därför att det betyder att världens största CMS nu är tillgängligt via REST. Och det kommer att bli ballt. Det kommer också förändra hur vi bygger frontend därför att vi kommer då i större utsträckning kommunicera med API istället för vad vi är vana vid, bygga teman med välbekanta men kanske inte 100% optimerade PHP-lösningar. Så det blir ett par spännande år. Speciellt med tanke på appar och sånt där. Därför att det betyder att du kan bygga hela din backend i WordPress och hur du sen serverar det framåt. Det är rätt så irrelevant.
Hur många i publiken har börjat jobba med REST-API i projekt?
Ska vi säga 1, 2, 3? Nej, jag bara skojar. 10% säger vi på kul eftersom det här är en som väldigt påläst publik. Det är imponerande för att det här är faktiskt inte helt och hållet släppt. Det är bara delvis släppt så man behöver jobba lite extra för att göra saker med det. Hörrni, nu hoppar vi vitt och brett därför att det är roligast så. När ni sätter upp en sajt åt en kund eller åt er själva eller beställer en sajt, hur tänker ni kring backup? Förlitar er enbart på att er webbhost ska lösa det eller har ni externa lösningar? Jag tänker börja med det igen, Henrik.
Vi driftar ju allting internt hos oss, både internet och externt. Och det är ju virtuella server, så det går ju på den vanliga IT-backuppen. Och om jag har förstått IT rätt så backas det ju upp kontinuerligt. Så skulle någonting gå åt pipan så kan vi backa en timme eller backa ett dygn eller backa en vecka. Så den backuppen finns. Om vår serverhall brinner ner så är det lite sämre med backuppen. Vi har ingen nöjd sajt och liknande, men den vanliga backuppen funkar. Men det finns utvecklingsserver och testserver och liknande också.
Karin, hur tänker du när du pratar med kunder? Hur tycker du att de ska jobba med backup och hur många tar dig på allvar när du säger att de ska betala extra pengar för backup?
Ja, nu är det så, jag har inte gjort allting själv, utan ofta så blir det då att jag rekommenderar tillägg och får försöka liksom upplysa kunder om vikten av att göra det här och så där. Sen brukar det ofta bli att jag har någon gång så kommer ett år senare och bara, hej, kan du uppdatera min sajt? Jag har inte uppdaterat den på 1,5 år. Jag vågar inte trycka på knappen. Ja, okej, så får man göra det. Och så, men ibland har de lyssnat på mig faktiskt och så har de installerat någonting och så finns det ofta en backup. Men det är också där. Jag har inte integrerat tjänster att jag tar hand om det efteråt, utan jag skickar iväg ett paket till dem och så får jag försöka upplysa dem om best practice. Liksom.
Vad har panelen för favorit-backup-lösningar förutom webbhotellet tar hand om det där?
Det är den. Vi lägger över det på drift helt enkelt. Vi har dedikerade server för allting och vi lägger över ansvaret där. Det är ganska skönt. Men vi har också den typen av stora kunder kanske som tycker att det är viktigt att ha råd med den typen av lösningar såklart.
Ja, men det är samma svar från oss. Och det vi ser, många kunder som kommer till oss har installationer som har fel versioner. Att man ligger på en gammal version och så kommer man till oss och ska försöka få upp allting. Och det är väl snarare det som jag tycker är ett problem idag än själva backup-lösningen. Det finns superduktiga företag här i publiken som jobbar med jättebra backup och driftslösningar. Men problemet med att uppdatera WordPress löpande, det ser vi som ett större problem ute på marknaden idag än själva driften.
Så hur pitchar man det till en kund? Hej, jag har nu byggt den här saken för mer eller mindre mycket pengar. Nu vill jag ha pengar varje månad för att se till att du inte har sönder den. Hur säljer man det?
Ja, men som med all mjukvara så måste man uppdatera den. Ingenting lever av sig själv, utan all mjukvara måste uppdateras. Och våra kunder förstår det. Och jag säger, mognaden att förstå det har blivit större och större. Men däremot så kommer det mycket sajter till oss som inte är uppdaterade.
Någon annan som har en fundering kring förvaltning? Hur gör du, Karin?
Ja, men det är just det. Då kommer de tillbaka och säger, hej, jag vågar inte trycka på knappen. Försöka förklara. Så, men det borde inte vara något problem. Men sen har jag tror också det blir just eftersom jag förklarar för dem, men jag trycker inte på knappen live utan jag laddar hem den först och så uppdaterar jag och sen så funkar det så uppdaterar den live och då tycker de att det är en trygghet för att de har inte kunskapen att ha en staging site. Liksom. Så de kommer till mig i alla fall, även om de kanske kan trycka på knappen så vill de gärna ha den säkerheten att men jag gör det först lokalt och sen så kollar jag att det funkar live. Så då tycker de att det är praktiskt att komma till mig ändå.
Det finns ju få saker som är värre än när en backup går åt helvete. Hur många har haft en hårddisk som brinner upp och tappat data? Fråga publiken, hur många har tappat data av ett hårddiskhaveri? Ja, det där är mer än hälften. Så vad skulle hända om hårddisken brinner upp på servern? Ja, då har ju webbhotellet eller driftbolaget förhoppningsvis en backup på det. Men låt säga att den inte kördes den dagen av en anledning. Hur kommer man undan det? Har ni några funderingar på hur man bäst säkrar sig mot det som inte ska hända?
Alltså jag har i alla fall ett exempel på hur det kan vara, som jag nämnde för Karin här precis innan. Att jag frilansade själv för kanske 8 år sedan och byggde lite WordPress-sajter för små företag. Och det var faktiskt en man som ringde mig igår Därför att hans server hade brunnit upp. På riktigt. Och jag byggde en sajt för 8 år sedan. Jag fick leta fram en gammal extern hårddisk som jag hade i en garderob och leta fram det här. Jag hade ju såklart inte databasen och sådär, men jag hade temat kvar och liksom filerna. Så kan man ju göra. Ringa den man jobbade med för 8 år sedan och kolla om det möjligtvis finns något.
Så ring Petronella. Bra. Ja, här har vi en fråga uppe. Här kommer ett jättebra tips att använda tjänster som Google Cache och Wayback Machine för att ta fram en dump som förhoppningsvis då är komplett och därmed kan rädda lite av materialet. Så tänk på det ifall Petronella inte svarar i telefon.
Ja, precis. Om inte jag svarar så ring Wayback Machine. Det är också väldigt bra för att leta upp gamla synder som man själv har gjort en gång i tiden.
Ja. Hörni, vi hoppar, ja. Absolut. Också viktigt att ha en backup på flera ställen så man inte bara har sin egen lokala eller sin egen raidade disk eller något sånt där, utan att man sprider ut det på flera ställen i molnet som sagt. Väldigt viktiga saker, för förlorad data är inte kul. Det finns en hel del bra tillägg som kan hjälpa till. Vill man betala lite så är WordPress att rekommendera. Det finns ett antal tillägg som synkar till Dropbox och mailar dig zip-filer av din databas, vilket självfallet inte riktigt lirar när det blir stora sajter. Men fundera på backup. Det är väl kanske någonting vi kan enas om. Ska vi se om vi kan enas om det här. Vad tycker ni om Jetpack? Karin?
Nej, jag fick den frågan tidigare och var så här, men vad tycker folk om Jetpack? Det verkar vara liksom antingen hata eller älska eller något sånt där. Min erfarenhet när jag jobbade som lead developer för ett tema, då var det mest det att det var så himla mycket att hålla reda på för att man skulle vara kompatibel. För det kommer alltid användare så här, do you support infinite scroll? Okej, vi måste fixa det. Så det var mest det perspektivet jag hade, att jag måste hela tiden testa allting med Jetpack. För det är så många användare som har det. Men jag har själv faktiskt inte använt det så mycket för mina kunder. Men jag håller liksom koll för att det är så många som använder det, så det gäller att hålla sig uppdaterad.
Jetpack funkar väl kanske mindre bra för ett intranät, men Jakob, använder ni det hos någon kund?
Nej, faktiskt inte.
Någon kund som har bett om det?
Nej, faktiskt inte. Så att,
vad skönt.
Jag vet inte om vi säger något om oss eller om dem, men nej.
Hur många här inne använder Jetpack i någon form? En väldigt liten andel, ska vi säga 7,2%. Det kan man förstå, för att det finns en uppfattning om att Jetpack är tungt och helt enkelt mer bloatware än någonting annat. Om det verkligen är sant eller inte, det får väl kanske någon annan svara på. Men det är ett steg för många som kommer från WordPress.com och sen vill ha en egen installation, men är van vid samma typ av statistik eller kommentarer eller infinite scroll för den delen. Vi skippar det och funderar på hur vi ska göra användarupplevelsen i WordPress bättre. Därför att vi har ju en hel hög med tjänster som helt enkelt ser bättre ut och är lättare att jobba med. Jag tänker framförallt på Medium, men även någon som har varit inne och petat i Tumblrs redigerare på sistone ser hoppla. Squarespace är också ett bra exempel på hur man får lite mer sexighet på sin skärm som användare jämfört med, ja, ärligt talat, ett UI som ser ut som någonting från 2004. Så är det här någonting man borde jobba med när man beställer och utvecklar en sajt? Henrik, funderade ni på hur ni skulle få era användare att trivas?
För det första, det CMS vi hade innan, som också var någon sorts open source med en utvecklarbyrå, var ju så fruktansvärt dåligt. Så att WordPress var ju någon sorts himmelrike i jämförelse. Och vi utbildar våra medarbetare på mindre än en timme egentligen idag. Och då pratar vi nästan alla medarbetare. Men det är klart att det har inte hänt så mycket på de 4 år som vi har haft WordPress. Alltså användargränssnittet ser ju ungefär likadant ut. Det är klart man vill ha det ännu lättare och ännu enklare. Alltså jag tror att våra användare vill nog gärna redigera i frontend. Det kan jag tänka mig, för det är ju så, då är det bara att klicka och skriva. Så det tror jag behövs. Någon sorts vidareutveckling och ännu lättare. För att som sagt konkurrensen börjar bli stor.
Ja, de andra tjänsterna är ju så lätta att använda. Hur möter vi det?
Ja, men det är från kund till kund skulle jag säga. Vi har haft sajter där det är trädgårdsdamer som ska uppdatera någon trädgård och det är damer mellan 60-70 år och då kan vi inte släppa in dem i admin utan då måste man bygga enkla saker framåt. Men det beror helt på från case till case att hur datavana de är. Men det finns ju lösningar som man kan bygga enkla saker framåt. Så har vi löst det.
Ja, men jag tänker återigen om man tänker sig att WordPress kanske inte alltid är rätt lösning. Till exempel om man vill ha en bloggplattform. WordPress är toppen för det. Medium skulle också vara jättebra kanske. Squarespace är jättebra på massa olika sätt. Så att jag tänker även åt det andra hållet där. Inte om man ska göra mer avancerade, customiserade lösningar utan enklare lösningar. Man kanske har enkla behov och då är det klart att man kan välja en annan lösning som löser just det problemet man har. Det är jag personligen jättemycket för. Och just det här också med att jag känner att kunna rekommendera andra lösningar ger mig trovärdighet i när jag väl också rekommenderar WordPress. Så att bara att ha de alternativen klara för sig är väl jättesunt tycker jag. Och för att göra WordPress-admin enklare handlar kanske mer om att stänga av saker, liksom att inaktivera vissa delar och så vidare. Vi låter till exempel inte. Vi pratade en del om plugins tidigare under lunchen här och att vi låter inte kunder gå in själva och lägga till plugins och så vidare. Det är ju, då ska inte vi längre kunna stå för säkerheten och för att allt skulle funka som det ska och så vidare. Så det kanske handlar mer om att liksom städa bort saker som man inte behöver oroa sig för, som man inte tror som trädgårdsgubbe eller vem det nu är att jag kan ha sönder någonting när man trycker på den här knappen. För det ska man liksom inte kunna egentligen.
Men jag tror också det är bra det här med att stänga av saker. För jag tänkte också ett tag, eftersom en del av mina kunder är inte särskilt tekniska, så har jag tänkt om jag skulle förenkla saker. Men då har jag också insett att en del kommer från WordPress.com. Och det är lite annat gränssnitt, men de är liksom vana vid att hitta vissa saker. Så tar bort det en sak, men om jag börjar förändra för mycket, då känner de inte igen sig. Så det finns också en igenkänningsfaktor i att har man väl lärt sig WordPress så känner jag igen den även när jag tar nästa WordPress-sajt. Så jag har också gått den här balansgången, men stänga av saker är ganska enkelt, för då har man inte flyttat om för mycket. Men det finns plugins som liksom flyttar om hela menyn i sidan. Då tänkte jag, då blir det förvirrande för den som har en gång lärt sig. Liksom.
Ja, men jag håller med. Nu pratar vi också väldigt mycket bara om det praktiska kring liksom hur gränssnittet ser ut. Men jag tycker att den viktigaste delen är att utbilda kunder eller göra det enklare för dem. Det är att prata om syftet med sajten. Vad ska man åstadkomma för någonting? Vilken typ av innehåll ska man jobba med? Det brukar tydligen vara de svåraste frågorna idag. Jag läste en undersökning som jag tror görs årligen som heter Hur mår Sveriges webbplatser? Som Web Service Awards ger ut, tror jag. Där de har frågat webbansvariga på Sveriges företag, kommuner, landsting och organisationer kring deras förhållande till sin webbplats. Och där tror jag 78% sa att de hade ett tydligt syfte för vad sajten skulle göra. Av de som är ansvariga för sajterna så är det alltså de utöver dem vet alltså inte vad de har för syfte med sajten. Och jag tror att det var 57% kunde säga ja på att de visste vad de olika undersidorna hade för syfte. Jag tycker det här är lite sorgligt, kan jag känna. Eller de visste inte heller vad målgruppen var. Vet man för vem man vill göra vad och varför, då är det ju så mycket lättare vad man än vill åstadkomma oavsett hur gränssnittet sen ser ut, skulle jag säga. Är det någon som håller med? Nej.
Där uppe. Daniela får tummar upp för att du håller med, helt enkelt. Fråga kunden så att du vet vad som ska göras. Absolut.
Ja, men, för att baksidan av att vara en byrå som kan för många tekniker har vi märkt att vi är inte bäst på någonting. Vi kommer från det hållet där vi kunde jättemånga plattformar och där vi kände att vi marginaliserades i vår spjutspetskompetens. Så att jag tycker att kunden skulle tycka det var bättre om man gick in och sa vi har ingen plattformsval, vi måste prata med vad syftet är. Men utmaningen är om du kan för många saker så är du för bred och då har du inte senaste kollen på alla trender. Liksom. Så det finns en konflikt där.
Men är det inte lite mycket begärt att säga att kunden ska veta vad de ska välja för publiceringslön?
Ja, men jag tycker att marknaden börjar nu bli så pass mogen så att det är jättemånga som börjar förstå, har gjort sina egna analyser. Ta Henrik som de gjorde sin analys och har valt plattform innan de kommer till leverantör. Eller vad säger du, Henrik?
Ja, men exakt så. Men jag tänker på användarvänligheten igen. Vi är ju kanske 30-50 personer som är inne och uppdaterar sajten och postar grejer. Det är ju 50 olika behov. Vissa är jättevana användare, älskar att hålla på och pilla och fixa och dona. Vissa vill ju bara klistra in en text från Word och hoppas att det blir bra. Så att det är ju liksom det också, man kan inte bara göra inlysning utan man måste nog utbilda och anpassa efter det. Alla vill göra olika.
Och alla ser ju olika också, för att om man hänger väldigt mycket på Facebook och pratar i grupper eller postar notes eller allt vad det nu heter, fråga inte mig, jag är inte från stan. Men då förväntar man sig ett snarlikt beteende från allting. Det är ju fördelen som du säger när man kommer från WordPress.com. Ja, men jag går till min egen installation och känner mig trygg och säker för att allting är som det alltid har varit ungefär. Men om jag inte kommer därifrån, om jag kommer från Episerver och mina behov, det jag tror är mina behov, kommer vara knutna till vad jag hade snarare än vad jag skulle kunna få. Eller jag väljer WordPress för att det är störst och det är bäst och det är vackrast. Och gud vad jag älskar alla utvecklare som jobbar med WordPress. Men sen komma in i det och men det funkar, det är inte så komplicerat. Men gud vad fult det är. Ska jag sitta och jobba i det här? Verkligen. Har ni sett Medium?
Det finns potential till förbättring.
Det låter så publiken håller med. Hur gör vi det då? Hur ska vi förbättra WordPress? För att det är trots allt öppen källkod. Och här sitter det ett gäng människor som jobbar med WordPress på olika sätt och vis med gott om input. Hur kan alla vi bidra till det här?
Hur många är det idag som laddar ner WordPress för att installera som en blogg? Så det som man gjorde för 5, 6, 7, 8 år sedan. Då tog man ju hem WordPress och installerade på sitt webbhotell och så drev man en blogg. Gör man det då?
Det är ganska många nedladdningar, men vad det faktiskt används till är ju lite svårare att plocka ur statistiken. Det finns ju förvisso väldigt gott om sajter på nätet också, men en stor andel av dem måste vara små webbar. Ganska personliga. Det går ett rykte om att bloggen är död och nu ska allting vara någon annanstans. Det är bullshit. Men det är det som är kul att pumpa ut. Så det är nog en andel. Däremot så har de ju konkurrens från Facebook och Medium och inte minst WordPress.com som ju är hur många 100 miljoner användare.
Ja, för jag tänker då, ska jag starta en blogg idag så är det ju inte att jag laddar ner filerna och håller på att fixa, utan det är ju Medium eller WordPress.com.
Hur många här skulle göra så? Hur många skulle ta en hostad tjänst för att starta sin nya feta blogg? Och hur många skulle faktiskt installera WordPress? Vi börjar med vilka använder Medium eller WordPress.com? 5 personer. Gå härifrån.
Vi börjar utveckla publiken, det är därför.
Alla kom dessutom från Nordalis. Så resten installerar alltså själv? Ja.
För att man kan.
Ja.
Alltså, lite så.
Kanske inte helt representativ publik här. Men...
Det vi kommer till är ju kanske att WordPress måste kanske splittra sin utveckling lite grann. Det är lite den jag försöker
Det är någonting som har varit uppe, att det ska finnas en bloggversion och en CMS-version. Tycker vi om det?
Intressant. Ja, men apropå den frågan du ställde tidigare, hur kan man förbättra, vem ska förbättra, hur kan vi förbättra användargränssnittet? Jag frågade faktiskt utvecklarna hemma på Fröjd inför den här dagen, vad tycker ni att man ska lägga mer fokus på användarupplevelsen för WordPress. Och då sa en av dem, nej, jag tycker att det läggs för mycket fokus på användarupplevelsen. Man borde lägga mer krut på utvecklarupplevelsen. Sen kvarstår ju frågan vem som ska göra det och hur vi alla kan hjälpas åt. Men det var ett annat perspektiv på saken. Jag vet inte vad ni andra säger.
Jag är väldigt nyfiken på att höra vad utvecklarupplevelsen är för någonting. Vad är utvecklarupplevelsen?
Ja, det är ju hur man använder det helt enkelt, hur man jobbar med det, hur man installerar, hur man väljer plugins. Alltså allt, liksom, ja, det är ju ett fantastiskt ekosystem att jobba med, men det är också det som är dess förbannelse på något vis. Att det är så splittrat, det är mycket arv, det finns otroligt mycket man kan göra, men det finns också otroligt mycket fel man kan göra. Så.
Karin, du hade en fundering?
Nej, men jag tänkte på, jag har sett förslag om att göra WordPress modulärt. Att liksom det finns en kärna och sen så beroende på om du gör en blogg så kan du aktivera. Det är det Jetpack-tänket utgår ifrån. Att man skulle göra hela WordPress. Och jag tror också det skulle finnas en värde i det. Så att man kan aktivera det som man faktiskt använder. Så att man inte får allt det där bagaget på köpet varenda gång.
Så en miniversion och installera vad du vill ha i praktiken. Vilket är exakt tanken med teman och tillägg till WordPress. Och det är väl det man kommer fram till lite hela tiden, att var drar man gränsen? Hur långt ska man gå? Vad kapar vi om vi ska kapa? Jag tror att Matt Mullenweg sköt ner hela idén av att splitta WordPress därför att han menar på att det är redan modulärt. Däremot så finns det ju en hel del jobb att göra för att göra det lite mer lättanvänt och så vidare. Vad det gäller att se vad som passar ihop och inte passar ihop. Hur många, vi frågar publiken, hur många har fler tillägg, alltså plugins, har fler tillägg än 5 som standard? En majoritet. Hur många tillägg är för många? 10? 20? Där kommer några. Det är jättegenerella frågor självfallet. Hur många tillägg tycker ni är för många? Jakob?
Vi begränsar till 5 ungefär. Och det är där ofta säkerhetsbristerna ser, tycker vi. Och när vi tar över sajter som har gått åt skogen så är det oftast där problemen ligger.
Vi utvärderar alltid alla plugins innan vi ens tar dem, skulle jag säga. Men det finns ju några som jag är lite nyfiken på vilka era favoriter är till exempel. Men ja, 3 till 5 kanske, ungefär.
Jag skulle säga att det är inte antalet plugins som är poängen. Alltså jag har gjort som standard att jag har en site-plugin som följer med då. Så att ifall de inte vill använda temat jag har gjort så kan de ta ett eget tema men mina funktioner finns i en plugin. Men har man fel plugin så räcker 2 ifall det gör den som sänker sajten. Liksom. Så det är just det att de får hålla...
Ja men verkligen, det beror ju på, som det vanliga svaret på alla frågor egentligen. Det beror ju på vad man vill åstadkomma. Men jag kan ju säga några favoriter för vår del är ju Advanced Custom Fields, Elastic Press, Gravity Forms, definitivt. Ja.
Just.
Ja, men det beror jättemycket på om det är nedladdade plugins eller egen kodare. Vi som då har fördelen att sitta med ett utvecklarteam som kan bygga plugins åt oss. Och då blir ju inte pluginen så stora och de har full kontroll på dem och vi kan testa dem ordentligt och vi vet att de förvaltas. Då är ju inte liksom antalet så viktigt egentligen.
Ja, men det kokar ner till förvaltning sen. Det är en sak att välja ett plugin som verkar jättebra, superduperbra, men sen kommer förvaltningsproblematiken. Det är oftast där som en stor utmaning ligger.
Vilket gör att vi nästan aldrig väljer färdiga plugins för att man vet ju inte. Även om det är 37 000 som har laddat ner det så betyder det inte att den kommer utvecklas vidare imorgon.
Så hur löser ni den frågan? Ni har gått med på att installera ett tillägg. Det underhålls inte längre eller det drar åt ett annat håll. Det blir uppköpt och blir spammigt och köpt vår premiumtjänst. Vilket just Google Analytics-tillägg råkade ut för. Det heter Monster Insights nu och det är ganska säljigt. Hur löser ni det? För det är någonting kunden får se när han trycker på den där uppdatera-knappen.
Det är en utmaning och framförallt när du har ett SLA kopplat. Och vi försöker ibland ge oss på diskussionen att begränsa SLA till de pluginsen som vi tillsammans med kunden har valt och om de väljer någon som inte är på listan så friskriver man sig från SLA. Men det är en förvaltnings- och driftsfråga.
Vi kommer mycket till förvaltningen, känner jag. Det är tydligen det som är det stora problemet här. Eller,
ja, men det är inte svårt att sätta upp en WordPress-sajt. Det är ju att maintaina den under lång sikt. Det är där utmaningen oftast handlar.
Så låt oss prata lite om det. Vad ingår i era förvaltningsavtal? Mellan tummen och pekfingret såklart. Nämn inga kunder vid namn. De blir arga.
Vad sa du?
Vi börjar här. Förvaltningsavtal. Vad ingår i era avtal?
Men att uppdatera WordPress och de pluginsen som är, det är en stor del. Och i vårt fall så driftar vi också fast med underleverantörer och support. Att man, om någonting är fel, om någonting händer. Och man får hjälp helt enkelt.
Samma för dig Daniela, eller har ni mer?
Ja, men ungefär samma. Vi skiljer på reaktiv och proaktiv support också. Att vi kan att vara tillgängliga när det både göra säkerhetsuppdateringar och sånt liksom, regelbundet, men också att vara tillgängliga om man vill ha svar på någon fråga eller få hjälp med någonting. Eller om vi också ska vara, vi vill gärna dra det åt att vi ska vara mer proaktiva också, att vi ska driva den här lösningen då framåt. Vi tror inte på att man är klar med en sajt och sen lanserar man den och alla lever lyckliga alla sina dagar efteråt, utan man vill gärna inte bara supporta den, hålla den vid liv liksom, utan att vidareutveckla och bygga till saker. Och, ja, det säger väl också en del om liksom, storleken på de projekt och kunder vi har såklart. Alla har inte möjlighet att göra så, men vi ser gärna så på det.
Ja, jag har inga förvaltningsavtal överhuvudtaget. Jag saknar verkligen en svensk typ WP Sidecare där jag kan liksom slussa över någon som tar hand om det där. För jag har inte resurser och det är inte det jag tycker är kul. Och det är liksom, ja, jag har så gott jag kan försöka utbilda kunden i det, men det finns en brist. Alltså, för en byrå kan ha en långsiktig relation. Jag har inte den samma långsiktiga relationen till dem. Men det är verkligen något som skulle behövas.
Det är många som är i din situation och det är därför förvaltning alltid kommer upp på WordCamps, för att det är ett stort problem. Antingen så vill man inte eller så kan man inte för att man binder upp sig för mycket men det är för lite pengar. Eller så vill inte kunden och så får man det där skitsamtalet 3:00 en lördag, min sajt är vit. Förut var den inte vit, det finns inga länkar, den är borta. Har någonting hänt med HT-accessen, ta bort .maintenance, problemet är löst. Men det är fortfarande ett samtal man inte ska behöva få därför att någon ska gärna lösa det till dig. Så inte
ja, men jag tycker man ska vara såklart kunna ta hand om den sajt den lösning man själv har byggt. Men det är ganska, sen kan det vara, precis som Jakob var inne på, svårt att ta över någon annans och dels veta hur det är tänkt från början, varför man gjort på det här viset och stå för att det ska funka och ha SLA och grejer för det. Det är kämpigt.
Ja, men vi pratade med Henrik i lunchen här att var 3:e år går era avtal ut och då kan ni välja en ny webbyrå. Och måste.
Ja, vi måste göra nytt avrop helt enkelt, så då kan det bli en ny konsultbyrå.
Och i WordPress-världen så låter det som kund fantastiskt att man byter var 3:e år och så får nästa webbyrå vara på tårna. Men som utvecklare och förvaltningsansvarig så är det en utmaning.
Jo, men vi har varit rätt hårda att kravställa att det ska vara lätt att byta. Vi ska kunna byta både utvecklare och byrå. Vi ska kunna, alltså skrev in från början att men tänk om WordPress havererar fullständigt, då måste vi kunna byta CMS lätt. Det ska vara lätt att exportera och bara dra vidare. Så är det ju kanske inte med alla system.
Ja, en fråga där uppe. Så frågan är, hur håller man sig ajour om att valda tillägg och teman fortfarande är säkra? Hur löser ni det?
Ajour håller man sig genom att följa utvecklingen. Val, vi brukar titta på antal downloads, antal kommentarer, hur stort pluginet är och reviews och så vidare. Det var så roligt, jag satt på middag med honom igår och han sa att jag ska ställa en jätteklurig fråga, så att Daniela, varsågod. Tack väl. Ja, men både ja och nej skulle jag säga. Det är en bra fråga.
Upprepa frågan. Så.
Jag vet inte vad han frågade.
Uppenbarligen så gillar folk inte Revolution Slider. Är det för... Jag tror vi tar den över några öl senare istället. Hörrni, en fråga till publiken. Hur många här inne bidrar till WordPress ekosystem på något vis? Och med det definierar jag släpper tillägg, släpper teman, hjälper till på supportforum på wordpress.org eller självfallet bidrar till översättningar och core. Hur många här inne? Ska vi säga 15% ungefär? Det är faktiskt ganska högt. Därför att de flesta tycker det är lite tufft att komma in i det. Bidrar ni på något vis och hur?
Vi hade ett problem att vi ville men ingenting hände. Så kunden gick alltid före. Så vi började började prova med olika dagar och när det funkar och när vi såg att det aldrig blev av. Trots att vi hade sagt torsdag så blev det aldrig torsdag för kund gick före. Så nu har vi satt måndag klockan 10 direkt efter måndagsmötet. Då sker det varannan. Så har vi lagt en lagom, det är ungefär som att blogga. Du kan inte sätta att du ska göra det varje vecka. Utan vi har satt 2 timmar varannan måndag och svara på forum, hjälpa till i ACF och så vidare. Så att vi har laborerat mycket med tid och hur och när vi ska göra det för att det ändå att det händer någonting.
Ja, vi vill gärna bidra, men precis som ni så sitter vi i kundrelationer i första hand som går före. Men såklart bidra genom att rapportera buggar, patchar och så vidare. Liksom, det gör vi, men vi bidrar kanske inte till core-delen så, tyvärr.
Jag gör inte så mycket nu. Jag var tidigare lead developer för ramverkstema som heter Thematic. Men det är sadly rest in peace vid det här laget. Har inte haft så mycket tid. Men det som har blivit är väl då om det är någon som laddar hem. Till exempel var det en person som ville göra en podcast i podcast-sajt. Och så hade det tillägget upptäckt saker som behövde förbättras för att översättningen funkar inte för att han hade några strängar som inte fixade. Då gör jag en pull request för det och sådär. Så det är oftast det som är i linje med redan det projekt jag gör. Jag har inte tid att liksom lägga eget arbete på det sättet nu.
Vi har ju kravställde från början att vi ville dela med oss av temat, men sen är det ju som flesta byråer har ju ett framework som de inte vill släppa såklart. Men vi försöker jobba på det, men vi har väl inte riktigt kommit så långt som vi vill. För att jag vet med en privat fråga om utvecklar så vill de ju alltid tvätta grejerna innan de släpper dem fritt. Och det händer ju nästan aldrig att de gör.
Nej, men det är ju, vi har också haft den ambitionen att det vi gör, även det vi bygger för kund ska vi kunna dela med oss av. Men det ställer ju också andra krav. Jag försöker egentligen inte bortförklara mig här. Jag tycker det är fantastiskt att det är jättemånga som bidrar. Men det ställer krav på just underhåll och på support och grejer. Som, även om det inte är formella krav så ska man ändå leva upp till att det ska funka och underhållas och så vidare. Så att det, ja,
för släpper du någonting på WordPress.org då finns alltid förväntningen där att man kan alltid komma och liksom ställa frågor och du ska alltid vara tillgänglig och det ska alltid finnas svar. Och vi hade också det problemet att vi hade ett eget forum och sen fanns det forum på WordPress.org och liksom, jag kan inte bevaka 2 forum samtidigt. Jag har liksom inte tid för det. Så det är också den biten om man släpper något.
Tänk om fler kunder var som ni, Henrik, och säger att vi vill släppa.
Fast det stannar vi att vi har sagt att, tyvärr. Ja. Men vi hoppas.
Jag upplever mycket att det handlar mycket om hur man luttrar sina kunder. Om de förstår att det finns ett värdet i open source. Det är ju trots allt inte bara free beer utan det är free speech. Även om vi får ju free beer, det kan jag hoppas. Men vi tar det idag. Men då är det att om man kan göra saker som är generella för många kunder och man kan ha förvaltningskontroll, då är det liksom i allas bästa att man faktiskt förvaltar de här sakerna som ligger på WordPress-kontor. Vi har en massa saker som ligger på WordPress-kontor som vi underhåller och som kunder faktiskt betalar. Så det är inte bara vår byråtid liksom allt som går. Och visst, vi lägger också vår byråtid, men vi lägger också kundernas tid. Det är kundernas intresse och att andra människor kommer in och säger du, jag har gjort den här förbättringen, varsågod. Då får kunderna det också. Vi granskar det och så trycker vi in det. Men sen också att andra letar buggar. Det är jättevärdefullt. Så att ju mer man kan övertyga sina kunder att open source är en bra grej, framförallt i ett förvaltningssynpunkt, så desto bättre går det.
Jimmy tvingar in kunderna. Nej, han säger lite mer. Han lyfter faktiskt en grej som är lätt att glömma bort när man lyckas få en kund att men det är okej att släppa det här. Det är att man faktiskt kan få buggtestning och till och med commits utifrån. Och det är ju gratis utveckling för kunden. Så i det stora hela så kanske vi som byrå ska vara lite, inte tuffare, men lite smartare i hur vi trycker på våra kunder.
Jättebra input, Jimmy, för det handlar mycket om hur man bokför sin byråtid. Och andra utmaningen är såklart när kunderna säger att det där du har gjort för oss, det får ingen annan använda. Och den argumentationen kan vara tuff. Liksom. Och ska du göra det så ska vi inte betala fullpris, bla bla bla.
Vi börjar gå lite kort om tid. Hörrni, det finns en fråga som behöver lyftas och jag vet kommer att lyftas lite mer senare. Men det är ju så att det nu är lite ont om översättare till WordPress i och med att Mattias Tengblad som har jobbat jättehårt och gjort ett kanonjobb genom åren inte längre vill driva översättningen av WordPress och en massa tillägg och så vidare. Så det här är faktiskt någonting där vi alla kan hjälpas åt och hjälpa till att bidra till WordPress i Sverige och tillägg och så vidare. Därför är det jätteenkelt. Ska ni på Contributor Day imorgon så finns det säkerligen någon som kan visa hur man gör om det låter läskigt. Men ärligt talat, det är bara att gå till make.wordpress.org, leta rätt på översättningsgruppen som heter Glotpress av någon lustig anledning och använda det webbgränssnittet för att stoppa in förslag på hur någonting ska översättas. Sen kommer en redaktör att godkänna, neka eller revidera så att det helt enkelt blir någonting som passar in. Så vill ni bidra, vilket ni förhoppningsvis vill, och har en halvtimme över, logga in där, peta in några strängar och känna att ni gjort någonting bra. För att det är ju ganska viktigt att vi kan ha WordPress på svenska så att såväl kunder som utvecklare kan slippa få ett mishmash av svenska och engelska. Så gör det. Jag tänker sno några minuter till eftersom de körde över tidigare. Jättesnabb trendspaning. Hur många här köper teman eller tillägg? Drygt hälften. Hur många här i panelen använder köpta teman eller tillägg på något vis? En? Ja, just det. Okay. Gravity Forms kom från publiken, så det var två som var lite stöddiga där. Ja. Hörrni, vad tror ni om att skippa traditionella WordPress-teman i PHP och byta till en helt JavaScript-driven frontend med React eller Vue eller Angular eller vad man nu tycker är ens religion? Hur många här tycker det låter som en bra idé med JavaScript-frontend? Inte riktigt hälften. Ja, mer. Här då?
Jag tror att det kommer ta tid, för framförallt är det just alla de här 18 000 plugins som finns som bara spottar ur sig PHP och som kanske inte... Men om jag ska utnyttja det så behöver de fixa en egen liten endpoint som jag kan använda, för annars så sitter jag där i alla fall alla 1000 shortcodes och sådär. Så det kommer ta tid, även om det kanske är det man ska säga, trendspaning utveckling kommer dit, men jag vet inte om det kommer bli nästa år direkt.
Ja, men jag vill också säga, återigen, det beror ju på vad man har för behov, vad man vill åstadkomma för någonting. Men det är ju en väldigt spännande utveckling i alla fall med hela det här liksom, decoupled, headless, liksom, hur man, vad man ska, ja, när och varför och hur. Och lite så här filosofisk fråga, vad blir kvar av, liksom, vad blir WordPress i slutändan när man börjar liksom använda bara delar av det eller använda till olika saker. Jag tittade på Noel Talks snack här tidigare som var väldigt intressant kring liksom hur man kan använda WordPress som liksom någon typ av kärna på olika sätt. Men vad är det då? Är det ett publiceringsverktyg? Är det ett admin-gränssnitt? Är det det är? Eller vad kommer det vara i framtiden? Det kan vi ju spå om någon gång över en öl.
Bra inspel på nästa fråga. Hur många har funderat att använda WordPress som backend till en app? Det är fler än väntat. Ska vi säga 23,8% här då?
Ja. Ja, men vi har funderat på det till intranätet just för att få ut det på ett lätt sätt till mobil faktiskt.
Slutligen skulle jag vilja prata lite kort om säkerhet, för att det verkar fortfarande vara så att vissa tror att WordPress inte är säkert. Så många här inne tycker att WordPress är osäkert? 2 personer. 3. Vill ni komma upp och... Internet är osäkert och allt är hackbart. Går du ut på gatan också? För den är också osäker. Jonk, mina vänner. Hörrni, ingen uppdaterar. Det är faktiskt ett riktigt bra inspel i det hela. Tycker ni att WordPress är osäkert?
I grunden nej, absolut inte. Men det kan göras osäkert om man gör fel.
Ja, men precis. Jag tycker det är fel att säga att WordPress är osäkert, men det är klart att det finns jättemånga gamla WordPress-sajter där ute som är väldigt osäkra, kan man konstatera. Och det här med säkerhet känns som att det kommer högre upp på agendan, inte bara för de insatta utan också för privatpersoner, för alla egentligen, i och med ju fler uppkopplade prylar vi får, ju fler viktiga affärskritiska system, men också att man kan ta sig in i affärskritiska system via sådana som man kanske inte tänker sig är affärskritiska i första hand. Men, ja.
Vi har ju inte haft några sådana problem ännu, men vi vidtar ju åtgärder för att vi inte ska få det heller.
Men det kommer ju alltid vara så att en slutanvändare är det största hotet. För det, nej men det är just det, man kan ju gå hur långt som helst. Jag hade en kund som kom till mig och hade en hackad sajt. Och i slutändan så, vad kom det ifrån? Vad kom det ifrån? Jo, nej, du hade en brute force attack för att du hade ett lösenord på 4 bokstäver. Ja, okej, nu ska vi ha ett snack. liksom. Det är i slutändan så är det. Återanvändning. Det är grundläggande internetsäkerhet gäller överallt, inte bara WordPress.
Hörrni, där har vi en fråga uppe. Låt höra. Ett tips för att ha lite koll på när någonting blir osäkert. Sätt upp en Google alert på de tillägg och teman du använder och lägg till något lämpligt sökord. Exploit till exempel, hack, någonting liknande. Så kommer Google spamma dig så fort att du har laddat ner och installerat skit. WP Vulnerability Database. De har ett API. Någon borde bygga ett väldigt smart tillägg som kollar allting du har på din installation. Däremot. Det gör du imorgon på Contribute Today. Perfekt. Där uppe. Här fick vi en annan vinkel på att öppna upp för med sin utveckling och släppa delar som öppen källkod. Det är ju att det behöver vara ömsesidigt. En ideell förening tog som exempel som har ont om pengar. Varför ska de betala för utvecklingen som andra kan använda och byrån då får betalt för? Väldigt kort sammanfattat. Hur tacklar man en sån fråga?
Ja, alltså det är ju en svår fråga därför att det vi lever på, det byrån lever på är ju vår kompetens omsätts i tid som vi lägger på att bygga och rådge kring de här tjänsterna. Och det är ju det är det vi går runt på helt enkelt. Och om vi kan hitta snarare liksom en värdebaserad debitering så att säga, att vi ger våra kunder något som de uppfattar som värde snarare än att det handlar om tid eller liksom rader kod eller vad det nu liksom är rent konkret. Det skulle ju underlätta för oss att göra sådana saker, men i och med att det är det vi går runt på helt enkelt, så krävs det ju liksom jag tror att det krävs en individuell drivkraft, att man har eldsjälar som vill syssla med det och som tar ansvar för det helt enkelt. Eller att man just avsätter tid på byrån att säga, det här är något som vi ska bidra till, för det tror vi på. Och då gäller det att leva efter det också helt enkelt.
Det behövs kanske ömsesidiga eldsjälar både från utvecklaren och kunden för att det ska fungera. Hörrni, vi har slut på tid. Jag tycker vi ger panelen ett jättestort tack och en applåd. Fika time.
break. I hope you had a nice cup of coffee and something sweet. You got your blood sugar up. I would like to introduce our first speaker for this afternoon, Mr. Edmund Turbin. Please.
Hello, Internet de Garna and WordCamp. It's good to be here. My name is Edmund Turbin. I'm a solutions engineer at WP Engine. Really excited about the customizer in WordPress. So I wanted to talk to you guys and just share some of the things that I've learned and some of the new features in the customizer, and just really go through some of the cool things that it does and some of the ways that the customizer can change the way that we use WordPress. So I've got a couple of things to talk about today, namely visual site building and configuration, how users can benefit from using the customizer, different use cases, development approach, and of course the new functionality. All right, so there's a spelling error in this slide, 10 points to anybody who can spot it. Yeah, all right. You can see me afterwards, after the presentation, for some swag at the WP Engine booth. All right, onwards. So I read a really cool article today about WordPress and market share. So WordPress is 27.1% of the CMS market share, and that's huge. It's a 2% increase from last year. And one of the things that has been cited is that the customizer is a big part of the development of WordPress, and the future of WordPress will be linked to the customizer. That makes a lot of sense when there's a lot of competition where you have visual site editors and other platforms and other solutions. So I wanted to talk about some of the reasons why you'd use the customizer, the benefits, and really how to customize the customizer itself. So what is it? The customizer is part of the WordPress dashboard. It's a different way to interface with WordPress. It gives you a way to preview changes and also to make changes directly in WordPress. So essentially a real-time editor. Any of the changes that you make are done directly on the site. So you'll see your changes as soon as you save. And then you're not really changing code, you're changing configuration. So this is not something that you'd need dev resources for. The people that can use it are currently admins. So it's the roles in WordPress that can use the customizer are the super admin and administrator. For this to be useful, you'd want to open up the customizer to other users. So you'd want to make it so that your editors could use the customizer. That's possible. You'll have to actually do some work to make that happen, though. So the customizer begs the question of configuration over code or configuration and code. So maybe it's not so much either or, but two things that could work happily together. Configuration makes it simple to modify things, to change things and make it easier to actually go in and do a simple change without having to dive into code. And again, you're not going to need a developer to make these changes. It's really good for people who know how to use a platform, so they know how to use WordPress. They can get in, make simple changes, and there's really no deployment process. So you won't have to go in and go from a development environment to staging and then production environment. So relatively simple. Some of the downsides of configuration are that you're not going to be able to fix things that are complex. So it won't be good for a solution where you have to go and really make major changes. You're limited to what's been defined. The changes in configuration with regards to the customizer are saved in the database. There's no revisions, no way to go back. There's no way to back things up besides an entire database backup, so which may or may not be possible. So as far as a solution goes, you're only able to change things that are in the theme, so that are defined at the theme level itself. The customizer. So as far as a solution, that is definitely a limitation. if you do make a change in configuration, it may not be permanent, and it's potentially something that can be overwritten. Somebody can change that, another user, so may not be a permanent solution. And then again, the deployment, moving from one environment to the next, it will also be tricky as you'd have to do that in the database. So what are the benefits of coding? Why would you want to code over configure? I think you have the ability to have a much more robust solution. You have a way to do something that is more complicated, more complex, maybe more appropriate. You don't have limits. You can go as far as your knowledge will take you. So you also have the benefit of version control, and that's really important because you can roll back your changes and also track your changes, your code changes, understand what's happened, and manage your code that way. You have the benefit of developer knowledge. So developers will know what the best solution is, and maybe there are a few options to do things. So their knowledge can be a real asset as far as code is concerned. And then also developers will commonly do code review. They'll work with peers to look at their code. It can be a learning experience, and they could also suggest better solutions and sort of put their brains together and come up with something that makes sense. Okay, so visual site building. Let's actually look at the customizer and see what it does, see what it looks like. I'm not sure how many of you here are, what the split is between WordPress users and just technologists, but we'll actually take a look so you can see what it looks like and what the experience is from the user perspective. There are some default settings in the customizer that are defined by WordPress core. And this is something that's evolved as time goes on. And so in the next release of WordPress, there are some really big changes, which I'll talk about at the last section. So there's a couple of things you can change that are really simple in the customizer, things like the site name and tagline. And these are saved in the database as options. So it's basically a row in the database where it has an ID, it's got a name, and then a value. And these are considered site-wide changes, so anything that you use may actually, so any theme or plugin that you use may actually take advantage of those options. So saved in the WP options table. So that's really all of, that's the location where all of your options are saved for the customizer. Okay, so this is actually what the customizer looks like. It's you can see that on the right-hand side you've got a preview, and then the left-hand side you've got your settings. So sorry, I can't actually see that here, so let's just look at the screen. So it's relatively simple, and it's laid out in a way where you can still see your site, and you can get a list of the options that are available that you can customize. All right, so one of the tabs that we just saw was site identity. So I've actually popped that open. And you can see that there are several fields and buttons where you can go in. And as you make changes here, you'll see these instantly update in the right-hand side. So I'm gonna give you a demo of what it's like to change the site title. So I've gone to Customize. I'm opening the customizer. I am going to Identity, and I can change that site title. You can see it updating on the page itself, and then I save and publish. And you can see that. You can see demo site is changed. There's some other options that you can change. So some of the other tabs are, you've got menus. So you can customize and actually create a menu in Customizer, and you can set the different locations which are in your theme. You can put a menu in the locations that are already defined. You can also use widgets. So if you have a widget area in your theme, you can put widgets into areas depending on what page you're on using the customizer. And you can see that as I've gone into the section, I've got a a nice list of the different type of widgets that are available. All right, so there's another way to get into the customizer than on the top navigation. And in this example, I'll just show you what it actually looks like. And many of the settings that you would change in the customizer by default are already available in the dashboard. You just have to do some menu diving to find things. And some people will prefer this, but the customizer just exposes the same information in a different way. So I've opened it from the sidebar in appearance. So that pops open the customizer, and I can go into colors. I'm going to change the theme, make everything dark. And if you've defined your theme colors, that can be a really quick and easy way to make a dramatic change to your site. So the site has now gone dark. There's a mobile preview, so the customizer allows you to use different screen sizes to actually see what it would look like your site in a mobile or tablet view. And I mentioned that there are settings for the customizer saved in the database. They are saved in the WP options table. There's two different types of options that the customizer uses. So one is a standard option, and then the second one is a theme mod. The theme mod is it's essentially another row in the database, except for it saves multiple pieces of information. So it does this by putting it into an array. So I'll give you an example, very simple, of what that array looks like. I think it's really interesting because at first it looks kind of scary, but if you think about it, it's actually not so bad. So the theme that I used for most of this presentation was 2015. And in that, I've saved a theme mod. It looks like that. So there are a couple of things that I highlighted in orange, and the orange values, they're actually telling you what what type of data it is. So A1 means that it's an array with one element. So then the S means it's a string with a certain amount of characters. So I've got one element. I've got a string with customizer link color, so 20 characters. And then I've got a value for that, which is 7 characters, and that's a hex code for the color. Okay, so what can we get out of the customizers? How can we benefit, and how can we use this? What are the use cases? So I think the best one is configuration. So right now, if you're a developer or a site builder, you can make a lot of these changes in code. I'm sorry, not in code. You can make them without code changes, just visually. And if you're the type of WordPress dev who doesn't actually like to get into code, this is perfect. You can do a lot of the configuration work there. You can use the customizer as a developer and then build out parts that you foresee being changed by users. So, and I think that's also a great way to do most of the work, but then leave some options that can be changed at a later date and actually customized depending on who's using the site. Another use case that I would see is really interesting is using the customizer to create a multi-site. So create multi-site children that have a similar theme but have certain elements that would change. So it can be a really great way to use WordPress as a boilerplate. All right, so I've got a couple of slides about how to develop in the customizer, using the customizer. I won't get too technical. I don't think there's really code examples, but I just wanted to talk theoretically about how this works. You've got core files. So there are several locations in WordPress where you have customizer files. So WP admin and WP includes. So that's all of that. That's in the base of WordPress. But there's also a way to add files into your theme. So and you would do that in your functions.php or add includes. So you can break out the code and organize it in an include file. There is a theme, there's a part of the customizer that does context. So essentially, it knows what page you're on and will display data that's relative to that. And an example is a widget area, which may not be displayed on each page. So if it's not on the page that you're on, you won't see an option in the customizer. So it's relevant to really where you are on the site. Customizer API is object-oriented. And without getting into the code, I'll discuss some of those options. Some of the objects, you have panel, which is sort of the main sort of container. There are sections, which contain controls and settings. It looks a little bit like this, and we've already seen a little bit of how that works, but I'll give you an example of how this is all organized in the actual WordPress dashboard. So I've made this customize it panel. That is a custom option. So these are sections. In these sections, all of the changes that I'm making are with the settings and options. So you can see that when I make a change, it happens in real time. And that is just a fantastic way to do things quickly. Okay, I think we've talked about that. One of the interesting things about the customizer, and I think a relatively new change, is the way that it refreshes data. So there are two methods that can be used. One is the default, which is refresh. The entire frame is refreshed. So if you think of going to a web page and then loading another web page, it's the time it takes to load all of the data into your browser. The second one, post message, is a little bit more modern. That's what we were looking at in my example. So that is a asynchronous request, and it refreshes the data that's been changed. And you can see that as I was typing in the field, you could see the text change. Okay, so some of the new stuff, new and exciting stuff. There are a couple of really exciting things for me, and I think the first of which is the CSS editor. So you will now have the ability to actually go in and create CSS changes. And that's something that I don't know if any of you have caught this, but I've been using a beta version of WordPress. So some of these features you've actually seen already, if you noticed. But so what that CSS editor does is it adds another section in the customizer that allows you to get into the code and make changes. So, some other features are there's a theme switcher, content creation. You can actually create posts in the customizer. And persistent changes, which I'll go into a little bit more detail about, and visual edit shortcuts. Again, you've actually already seen that. CSS editor is a huge development. It will give you a visual way to make CSS changes very quickly on the fly. Great for learning and testing. So since you can see the changes as you're working, I think it's a good way to really see how your code will affect the site. That said, there are no revisions. It's a little bit risky. If you delete something, then it's possibly deleted for good. So it's not necessarily permanent. And your styles are being overwritten. And it's interesting to think about the way that this is saved. So your CSS is saved at the theme level. So if you change your theme, the CSS will actually change as well. Okay, so this is how it works. I've put together a little demo of changing some CSS. So I've created a class for site title. It's the top customize it link. We'll change it to red. Instant. And I've also done the entry title. And that will come up as orange. And that to me is an amazing thing. I think it's just a great way to be able to work with CSS in a modern way. And one thing to know is that SAS is not supported, so it's not the most futuristic way of working with styles, but definitely good. Okay. You can change your theme. You can actually change the theme that you're working on in the customizer in the sidebar. And you can download themes from the WordPress repository, or you can use themes that you've already installed. Creating content is a huge addition. When you're creating a navigation, you first need to have a place where the navigation goes, a place where navigation goes to. So in having the ability to create a page in the customizer, you can quickly create those pages and then add those pages into navigation. It's not as complete as using the WordPress editor, but it does give you the ability to quickly get those posts or pages created as a stub and then populate the content at a later time. These change sets are really interesting to me because it's a way of making the data persistent across the customizer. If you think about it, so we talked a lot about not being able to save things because it's in the database, and if that changes, there's not really a backup. Well, persistent changes will make that it's a solution for actually keeping the data and not losing it. So that if you think about the way that I've been using this customizer, so I make a change and then it doesn't really happen until I save it. So if I make a change and then I leave the customizer, so I navigate away, I've lost my change. A change set is going to allow you to keep a temporary version of all the things that change. So I think it's quite clever. It will allow you to bookmark, and you'll be able to go back and even share those changes. The other really cool possibility there is that you can automate it via API. So you'd be able to create a change set and then actually deploy that. So you'd have all of your changes be added to the customizer. So some really interesting things that can happen, and I'll be watching to see where that goes. The visual edit shortcuts. We've seen this already. There's a little icon with a pencil next to some of the fields. So this is what it looks like, and I'll just be able to actually change what's on the left-hand side of the customizer from the right-hand side from the preview. So if I go into the pencil, I can go and change the text of the site title. And that's it. So the takeaways are configuration can make it really simple for your users to work in WordPress. And if you give users options, they have more control, more power to work, and it will free up your devs so that they can focus on coding. Thanks very much. I will keep this deck online. I'll send a link from my Twitter account, and it's been great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you very much. So we're just going to have a quick break, stretch our legs a little, and then we'll welcome our next speakers. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. You can see our next speakers are already on stage. And I would like to welcome Jimmy Rosén and Tony Sharpan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So our slide is titled From Cowboy Coding to Continuous Delivery. And it's really a story about, it's a personal story for me because it's where I started many years ago and up to where we are today. And these are the companies that we represent. I'm Jimmy, and I'm one of the partners at Angry Creative and Synosio. Angry Creative is a WordPress bureau. We do about roughly 50% of what we do is maintenance gigs. Kind of, it can be sites that we've built, or it can be sites that people like you build, and then come to us and say, hey, we need this maintained, because we don't want to do it. So that's a lot of what we do. And the rest of it is, enterprise gigs, I guess.
Okay, so I am Tony. I am the CTO at Synosio. Synosio is a hosting company. We do mainly large enterprise clients. And we do hosting from basically all the layers up to the application layer, and sometimes including where Angry Creative takes over.
Yeah. So to understand what we do today, one needs to understand how things once were. And the tale of Angry Creative is divided in 3 paradigms. It's cowboy coding, version control, and continuous delivery. 2005, I was introduced to WordPress. And I thought, hey, this was awesome. And I started Angry Creative from my dorm room. And this picture here is an actual picture of me and my mom in my dorm room. I've grown some hair since then, as you can see. But from this dorm room, I convinced people to use WordPress because, well, it's great. It's a great tool, as you all know. It wasn't that great then, like 1.5 or something. Anyone work with 1.5? Yeah, there's one. You know the struggle. The struggle is real. To be honest, everything was a struggle until custom post types, in my opinion. But yeah, I worked from my dorm room, and I did design mainly. Made cool websites, you know, because that's what people paid me for. And that's what they understood as well. And the process, it was really simple. I mainly developed on a subdomain that my web hotel set up for me. And I used that as some kind of a staging environment, kind of. And I just uploaded the FTP files and more or less edited them on the right there and there. And if something, and then when I released it, I just uploaded it into production, and yeah, done. Give me my money. And this was, I mean, looking back at it, it was thinking on what types of clients I work with. It was a super fast process, and well, I didn't need to know a lot, to be honest. And looking back, I mean, this was a few years ago, kind of. So I mean, that process kind of worked for that client. I mean, the sites I did were, well, let's just say that today we have a few extra zeros at the end of the price tag. On the, yeah, they were cheap, but it went fast. But you know, I was young and I really needed the money. The next paradigm was version control. And the company, a few years later, it grew, and we became a few more. And it became apparent that cowboy coding in scale is a really bad idea. But here we used Git together with a local environment like MAMP. And well, first off, we tried working with FTP, and it did not work. We had some glorious explosions. Anyone recognize this? Anyone no? Everyone is, yeah, I see some hands there, yeah. Glorious explosions, so don't do that. Learn from my mistakes. And we had a lot of other problems. I mean, sure, but when we used MAMP, but there were still, it was a lot better because we didn't fight over, hey, I'm putting my things into staging right now. Oh no, hey, what are you doing? You know, because everyone could work on the local machine, and we could kind of put it into staging, and then we could use Git to put it online. And yeah, by not using production as a development environment and not hot fixing stuff straight into production, it created a lot less risk in the daily work. Instead of running around and screaming and crying and having our clients always mad at us, worked out all right. So Git, use it. And we also got some accountability, because you could actually, you could see who did what code and who merged what, and so we could kind of backtrack. Here it is. And that almost worked, except for when people logged into production and pushed their things from there. So Git or Bitbucket that we used, our first GitHub and then Bitbucket, it said just root push this, and then it was someone. We didn't know who. Production was not very similar to development environments. A few years later, we switched to Vagrant, and that was cooler, a lot cooler. But it was such a hassle. It was so much work. And since everyone had login to production, we had some. We still had some major mistakes, to be honest, because if everyone has access to production, things will eventually explode, and that's usually a bad thing. So we wanted to push to the next level, but we hit a dead end. We needed more infrastructure to get faster and better, and that's when we decided to let's make a hosting company, more or less. So we started Senaste. And that brings us to the third part of our paradigm. This is some of our staff. Some of them are here today. I hope are you here in the crowd? No? Today we've kind of switched. I mean, the client today is not at all what I had in my dorm room. It's a totally different client, and totally different clients require different stuff. And this is how we do it.
Thank you. So the idea is that all code begins its life in a repository of some kind. We used Git, so that was a pretty easy choice. What happens when somebody pushes something into a repository is that we have a continuous integration engine which builds things like packages using Composer, CSS using Sass, and all these kind of nice development tools that you're used to having in your local dev environment, which takes easy code and produces, worse code. So we build that in the CI engine as a container. So the result of that build is then pushed into a tag. And that tag can then be deployed into staging or production or whatever. The important thing is that the tag stays the same, or the content of the tag stays the same. So that means that the build process is not variable. So that means that there's actually no real need to install build tools or testing tools and so on production servers. They're just not present there because we deploy the result of the build as a part of a version-controlled process. The same thing goes with things like argument files or environment files that are specific to an environment. For example, when it comes to the database, user credentials, and so on. All these things are version controlled. The build process itself is actually version controlled as well, because we have all the sets of commands that do the actual build process. Those are present in a CI file that's located inside the repository. So on top of this, you actually need a very easy local dev environment. So this local dev environment, we sort of figured that we could automate most of this. So I'm just going to do a quick demo of it here. And you can see me here running the setup script for site. And the thing I do first is that I type in the repository with my credentials, and it will check out that repository. And after that, it will look into the argument files or the environment files in that repository, checking that, hey, which live environments and so on, which site name it is. And then it can search in the asset server that is the latest nightly backup, and it downloads automatically all the latest assets, which is uploads, and the database from that server. So then it takes those, reads those entirely automatically, and once it's done that, it will run a couple of scripts which generates the Apache virtual host. And after that, it will run a series of tests. And these kind of tests are for doing composer packages, for SAS. If you have NPM, it does that. If you have Yarn, it does that, and so on. You can use any tool you like, and it will just check if the metadata file for that tool is present and run that tool. So you can see it actually checks out the composer packages here. And so after all these kind of build processes are done, because we know the original site that this was pulled from, and we also know the destination that we are placing in the dev environment, we can figure out that we're going to need to run a search and replace on this domain. So it actually automates the whole search and replace process as well. So you don't need to think of that at all. And you could see it. You can see it run that in just a moment. And so once you've done all the necessary things to get the site up and running, we sort of thought that it would be nice to have support for, if you are a developer, you might not necessarily have a user that's an admin user in production. And if you don't have that, this thing will automatically add that for you just after you search and replace. You can see that this is actually a pretty large database, so it's been about 200,000 replacements. So we add an admin account for that anyone that has the local dev environment can use to just log into the site as an admin. You don't need to think about passwords or anything except that's printed above. You also get which line that you need to add into your host file in order to get the site up and running.
Also, on this client, we have you can take the next shot. We also experimented with a thing called overlay FS, and that means that we don't actually get all the assets. That we try to mount them, because this site here that we just saw has 400 gigs of uploads, and How many of you have laptops with 500 gigs of storage? No one? Like, okay. Have you less than 500 gigs or yeah? Okay, that you wouldn't be able to work on this. This way, you can just use the 5 gigs from the database.
Yeah. The problem is that when you have 5 sites of this, you sort of have to get an external hard drive with multiple terabytes, or maybe multiple hard drives just to download the assets, and then it takes quite some time to do that. So we just mount the latest nightly backup as a read-only thing, and then we put an overlay on top of it, so it's actually writable. So you can do whatever changes you want in your dev environment, and those will just be present locally because the backup is read-only. So what I'm going to demo next is the deployment admin. The idea is that it should be simple to deploy something to live. This uses Capistrano as a backend, but I'm not going to go into the backend. It's the front end that's interesting. So the first thing I'm going to do is to just log into the admin and just type in my credentials, if we can make that happen. Yes. OK. So so the first thing you see here is a projects view, which is, you can see there's 2 groups called Synosio and Angry Creative, and those groups are mapped into Active Directory groups, which we use for permission handling. Those groups are that means that we can get the easy permission handling in total. After you can also click on a project, and in that case you will browse the actual project. This is usually a repository, and a repository has development and production environments. So here you can see that this thing has test staging, live and CI as dev environments. You can also see the latest build that's deployed, and if you hover over it, you can see the commit message for that deploy. You can also see the deployment, the latest repository history for that repository. So you can sort of figure out what have happened there. So if I click on a environment, you can see that it lists, first of all, it lists the deployment history. We can do full audits of who has deployed what and which commands that have been run and so on. You can also check the details of a deploy, which will bring you the output of that deploy, which was presented from Capistrano. This is just a demo, so you can't actually see any real data here. But well, OK, so if we go back, then you can see that the environment is locked. And this lock is just a soft lock, really. It's a way of telling, from a developer perspective, to tell someone that, hey, I'm working on this. Please don't touch it. So you can just click override to override locks. I'm going to do that. And once you do that, you will be presented with a couple of choices, where you can, first of all, deploy the latest version of a tag. And that tag is just a release tag. You can also deploy the latest version of a branch. In that case, you will get the branch chooser that lists all the branches in the repository. You can also deploy a release that was previously deployed to any environment. For example, if you had deployed a successful release on staging, you can just reuse that release and deploy it to production. You can also deploy a specific commit hash if you are into that kind of stuff. You can do a rollback so that just rollbacks to the previous release. Nothing fancy about that. The setup is for sysadmins for setting up new sites. Update the assets and DB. This is a bit interesting thing because it takes the same backup as you saw in the previous dev environment and copies that backup into the dev environment, the environment that you specify. You cannot do this on production because that would be bad. But you can also do the because if the site is large enough, you might not want to copy the asset for just testing out a couple of things. So you can just do the update of the database instead, and that will just load the database, which is much faster if you're just testing stuff. You can also run WP-CLI commands. So if I just want to list all the users that's present in a site, then yeah, I just type user list and do deploy. if you want to update WordPress, for example, if you have or plugins and you use Composer, you can just trigger a Composer update on that branch, and this command will do it all for you. So the next thing you do is just deploy that, and you have updated WordPress. And it's pretty simple. If you have permissions problems, you can also reset those to default. So the next thing I'm going to do is just deploy the latest release, and then just confirm that I want to deploy this thing. So the next thing the deployment admin will do is just queue the job and then start the deployment. And you can see it here that it was running and now finished. So that's the idea of how this thing works. So what about testing then? Well, Selenium testing and unit testing is run during the build process, because we can use the CI engine, well maybe abuse it, depending on how you define it, to run these kind of things during build. So the interesting thing about having release tags is that you can choose whether or not to create a tag depending on a certain condition. For example, if you have a unit test that you really want to run, then you can and succeed. Then you can choose to not create a releasable tag if that test didn't go through. So that means that code that doesn't pass any unit testing will never end up in production because there is no tag to deploy it from. We also do something called visual comparison tests. The idea is that we take a screenshot of a site in a bunch of different resolutions, because you can use media queries in CSS and so on. So the site can render differently depending on your resolution. And after that, we do an automatic difference thing between those, and that in turn creates a screenshot that's that you can look on, and you can see that, well, okay, there is something wrong here. For example, in this case, you see that there is there's something wrong with the avatars on this forum. And this was a bug that we caught, that there was, if I remember correctly, avatars did display the default picture for not having an avatar when it really shouldn't. The next thing is that my view is that test and staging environments should only be visible to the right people. I have seen a lot of sites where you can sort of Google for a test environment, and so sometimes the test environment shows up in the search results even with a higher rank than the actual production site, which is pretty embarrassing. And you can sort of fix this kind of issue by doing fixes in robots.txt or a meta tag with no index. But it's easier to just make sure that the deployment, the environment is never even accessible to somebody outside. So before we locked down all of our testing environments behind the VPN, we had issues with search engines that indexed them because people are lazy and didn't really do the no index thing, and also hacking attempts for those sites because customers generally don't want to pay for separate staging environments because, well, that comes at a cost. So actually explaining to a customer that, the staging environment was hacked, so your production site was also hacked. That's very interesting. Yeah, please don't get into that if you have the possibility. So the problem you run into when you want to restrict access to production is that people suddenly aren't able to troubleshoot their code anymore because they don't have access to it. So how do you solve this problem? We decided early on that we need a way of visualizing trends when it comes to performance issues and so on, and also being able to search for errors. So we took all the logs and sort of collected them into a central syslog server. And we feed all the data into a system like Splunk, for example, or Greylog, or any of those things, which can generate pretty nice dashboards if you are into that kind of stuff. Or you can search for sites that have errors, for example, PHP warnings and errors and so on. So that means that developers actually get a pretty good feedback of when something goes wrong. especially if it's happening very frequently. In this case, you will see a very large spike in a graph that says that, well, okay, something is really wrong with this. So overall, we get fewer mistakes. It's easier to set up a site to do development on. Testing is mandatory, which is, well, always good. We have better security, since everyone doesn't need root on production anymore. We have proper logging and auditing on all levels, meaning that everyone is accountable for their changes. So then that helps a bit. The main problem with this is that it's a bit more knowledge intensive. You need when you hit an edge case, you need very senior staff to deal with that kind of edge case. Well, that's pretty much the only disadvantage.
Yeah. So, and also, there's since we use Active Directory, it's single sign-on all the way through. So that's also good. You don't need to remember a lot of passwords for all these different services. There's actually more, but we don't have all day. Yeah. So, do we have any questions, or are you just like, whoa, that was a lot there? That's the question. Awesome. Wait for the mic runner, please.
WordPress is pretty well documented. We all know that. What about your processes?
What?
Are they well documented?
Are they well documented?
Well, as we say in our company, there is a page in Confluence about it.
Yeah, there's pretty much a page in Confluence about everything.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, there is. Have more interesting questions? No?
Have you thought about using other continuous integrations platforms such as TeamCity, for example?
Yes, we did, and then I've sort of thought that, yeah, well, okay, they do the job pretty good, but in this case, it didn't really fit our requirements when it comes to deployments. We already had a very good deployment pipeline, and we wanted to keep that. The main issue that people have with CI engines is that there are the idea of that you can just push things into a branch and it will deploy into production. I think that's a very bad idea. You can configure it to not do that, but it's still a little bit less easy to have than the deployment for admin, for example, because you have all these nice things that you want, for example, updated assets and DB and run commands and so on, all in a single location.
Also, like when you work with WordPress, it's like, say that you put one of you build a site and you put it in our lab, and are there any unit tests? Well, probably no. Are there any Selenium tests? No, probably not. We'll have to build them. And well, who's paying for it? We can convince the client to pay for it in the end. So we've had to really come up with neat ways and to kind of automate stuff and standardize stuff. Because it's you don't work test-driven in WordPress. It's more like behavior-driven development more than test-driven. You have more questions?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah. One of the one of the great challenges of automatic deployments of WordPress is the structural integrity of the database with internal IDs and. Well, I guess you're familiar with the problem. Do you have a solution for that in your stack, or do you just cross your fingers, or how does it work?
Well, we have actually had that issue for just a site a few months ago that I had to fix. That was we don't really have a really good system for handling that. It would be nice to have a way of just checking the integrity of database tables and, for example, the right collation, right columns, the right indexes, and so on. But we don't have that at the moment. The closest thing that we have come is a plugin called WP Inspector, which sort of takes all the it does logging, for example, if you a user does anything to the site, but it also checks things like database collations and so on. So we have sort of thought into building that, or adding the functionality on top of it to deal with things like indexes and so on.
Any more questions? I can really see from here. It's so bright. Yeah. Thank you.
Tony and Jimmy.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break, do some yoga, and then we'll have a last speaker on stage.
Excellent.
Det där. So, welcome back. I would like to introduce our last speaker, Magnus Lindgren. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody selected me to keep you awake as the last speaker. If one of you falls asleep, I have an ace up my sleeve. I have explosions in my talk, so hopefully you will wake up. The most important parts are after that. So, my name is Magnus Lindgren. I'm from the company Newseed, and I'm here to talk about a project I've been part of that's called Elobina and their textile revolution, powered by WordPress. In this talk, I will explain a little bit why Elobina picked WordPress as a platform to begin with. I will explain a little bit about our setup. And finally, I will explain about our takeaways and experiences with using WordPress as a platform. But first, I want to explain a little bit about Elobina, so you know what I'll be talking about. Elobina wants to revolutionize the textile industry. In short, Elobina wants to do to the textile industry what has already happened in the photo and the paper industry. And that is make the industry available to everybody. This is done by going from mass production far away to close, ecological production on demand. So, how do you build this in WordPress? Let's see if the slide comes up. Well, we'll wait for the slide. How do you build this in WordPress? You need, as any startup, Elobina had a list of features of what they needed from their site. And that list of features, oh, you see, you got a preview of the explosions there. Here we go. Let's try it. As any startup, Elobina had a list of features that it needed from its website. And what makes Elobina special is that they want the user to be able to pick from different types of fabric. And that could be cotton and linen, all the way up to silk. And then the user should pick a pattern to be printed on that fabric. And that could be either a pre-selected pattern from our database, it could be just a single color, or the user could upload a file, which could be a photo, it could be a piece of art, basically anything. And finally, the user should be able to pick from a range of products from how they want their end result. And that could be a simple fabric by the meter, or it could be a ready-soon product like a cushion cover, a drape, or a piece of clothing. Once ordered, this needs to go to production. And that means sending off a very large TIFF file for print quality size to the printers. And I've seen that be in the range of hundreds of megabytes in size. And finally, it needs to be assembled according to the instructions. So it could be cut up and sewn according to the wishes of the user. Now, when you look at that list, I doubt even in this room at WordCamp, there are many that would jump to the conclusion that WordPress would be the perfect platform for this. But while this is what makes us unique, what else do we need? Well, we do need a content management system, of course. And that content management system needs to be search engine optimizable friendly. It needs to be integratable into social media for sharing. It's an e-commerce site, so we'll need a shopping cart. And of course, membership registration. And of course, a checkout, so you can buy whatever you want. And since we're aiming for the European market, we need to be able to support every payment solution in all of Europe. And finally, since we're aiming for the European market, we also need multi-language support. Now, when you look at that side, that sounds a lot like WordPress and WooCommerce. So why not just build our stuff on top of WordPress and WooCommerce? How hard could it be? So, onto our setup. We started with a company that we outsourced everything to, that said that, sure, no problem, we can build this, given the feature list. And after about 6 months, we had our first fully working demo up. And it was awesome. It was just what we wanted. Everything looked great. We were a little bit worried about performance, though. So we asked them, we're aiming for the European market here. Are you sure this will scale? And they said, sure, no problem. This is just version 0.1. It'll get better. OK, fine. So we kept developing. And after 1 year, we had our first final version up. We put it up on the Amazon cloud, and we ran our first campaign. And it crashed. Totally. So on a side note, how do you measure code quality? I like this measurement. The only valid measurement of code quality is WTFs per minute while in code review. But let's get back to the talk. What happened? Well, it turns out our website could handle 20 simultaneous users, unless one of them was a Retina Mac user. In that case, it crashed instantly. So they say you learn from your mistakes. And let's put it like this. We learned a lot. In fact, we learned so much that we said that with the 1 year of experience we've had, we would build something so much better if we were to start over. So we took a very bold decision. 1 year into a startup, we decided to rebuild everything from scratch. Not even a single line of code made it through the rewrite. But to not end up in the same place again, we set up some rules. And those rules are our experiences and takeaways with this project that I would like to share with you. Our rules might not be for everybody, but this is what worked for us. Rule number 1, avoid modifying WordPress. Now, this might sound obvious. You're not supposed to modify WordPress, but it includes plugins. So we said no neat plugins, no multi-use plugins, like plugins that does 111 things, of which we need 2, because sooner or later, one of those other 109 issues will jump up and bite us somehow. But how do you build a production-on-demand service if you're not allowed to modify anything? Well, the key word is service. And that brings us to rule number 2. Build services. So instead of trying to jam everything into WordPress in form of plugins, we build everything next to or above WordPress. Depends on how you see it. So we built what we call our product editor as a separate service. This separate service communicates with WordPress through an API. So from WordPress, it gets the information about the fabrics, the patterns, and the products that we're offering. And then, in the product editor, the customer can customize this however they want. And when they've done and have a final product, and they want to buy it, the product editor sends this product back to WordPress as a product. So WordPress have no clue that it's selling production-on-demand items. It's simply selling a product that was just created in the product editor. Our rule number 3 is buy off the shelf. Since we run a mostly unmodified version of WordPress, at least we don't modify it as much ourselves, that means we can buy any standard plugin that is available or hire any standard WordPress or WooCommerce developer, because they don't need to know anything about our special case, since there is none. This means that the risk of conflicts between plugins is quite low, because we just use the standard plugins and the very popular plugins that very many use together anyway. And that makes it easier to expand. And it keeps the cost of governance low. And then our rule number 4 is keep your core development close. Our problem the first time was that we outsourced the building of our product editor. Our product editor is something entirely new, something we're building. Our CEO, Jan, has a saying. He says, "We are building the road as we are walking it." And that is how it's like with a product editor. We don't know how to build it, so we need a very close relationship with the developers, and we need to evolve the product together with them. And finally, our 5th and final rule, share. That's part of the reason I'm here today, to share our experiences. And it's also our ambition to share any standard plugin we develop. Since we're so picky about the plugins, we sometimes need to develop our own. And our ambition is to share those. We had hoped to have shared one by today, but we experienced the review process took longer time than we thought, but it gives us so much in return. So I would encourage anyone to try and build standard plugins and share them, because you will get so much feedback back from it. So where has this led LOB now? Well, we're now about 2.5 years into our startup. And these rules and these changes have enabled us to focus on what's really important to us, and that is our product editor. And we have published our service in several European markets by now, and we have just released a 3D preview for the product editor where the customers can view their products in 3D before buying them. And we're right now in the midst of planning a crowdfunding expansion early next year. And this was all possible thanks to us being able to build our stuff on top of WordPress. My name is Magnus Lindgren. I'm from New Seed, and I spoke to you about LOB now. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Magnus. That was our last speaker for today. But if you just stay around for a couple of minutes, our friends from bar number 5 will come over here and we'll have a small little wrap-up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I hope you had a good time. Yeah? I can hear you? Yeah, that's it. I'm going to say thank you to all of our sponsors who made this possible. Thank you to all the admin sponsors, Anger Creative, Catena Media, WooCommerce, Jetpack, Bonnier Tidskrifter, Orderland, and FS Data. A round of applause, everyone. Also the editor sponsors, WP Engine, Krokodil, Seravo, Triggerfish, Cybercom Group, IQQ, CloudNet, and a big round of applause. Come on. The contributor sponsors were Senap Kommunikation, WPML, GoDaddy Pro, where are you, Milan? Yeah, I heard that. Blogvault and Bluehost. Big round of applause. And also, a very cool micro sponsors. Winning WP, Burning Umbrellas, Mamildo, Vimel Web, and Studio Gulo. Big round of applause. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. I want to thank all of our speakers. Where are you at? Please stand up. Do we have any speakers in here? Yeah, there's a speaker. I can see you here. Yeah. Come on, give them applause. They're doing a great job. Thank you, guys, for doing this. I'd like to thank all of the volunteers. Come up on stage. All of the volunteers, come up on stage. You put in a huge work for this, and we're all very grateful. Come on, give them a round of applause. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you, thank you. Great work, guys. Tomorrow is the contribution day. Is it fully booked now, Niklas?
Give me a second.
Probably.
We had a few spots left an hour ago.
Yeah. So, if anyone is interested in contribution day, you should talk to that guy. And we really need a lot of help. As mentioned earlier, Mattias Tengblad will not be translating WordPress for everyone anymore. So now it's really a community effort. Thank you to Mattias Tengblad. Applause to Mattias Tengblad for translating the last 10 years. That's worth an applause right there. And you should come. Even if you're not a developer, you should come. It starts at 9 at Sveavägen 53 at the Bonnier Tidskrifter. So be there. It's going to be awesome. I heard there will be pizza. They had me there. You will all get an email with some questions and some other info. Please, if you could just give that a few minutes, we'd be super happy, okay? And now it's time for the awesome after party. And we'll just go out here and remember that these give you 2 drinks, that little thing here, and I will be accepting donations. Yes, so let's keep this going and hopefully not be too tired tomorrow. Thank you.